कह रहा है कि लड़की नहीं रहेंगी,
दवाई कौन देता?
लड़की नहीं रहेंगी तो लड़का कहाँ से आएंगे? उनसे ये पूछो कि आज उस बेटी को भी आपसे बदल की दवाई क्यों देवे?
झूठ बोल के खिलाते,
झूठ बोल के गलत दवाई खवाते थे मुझे। जिस
आपने शादी में कितना पैसा खर्च किया था?
ये 35-40 लाख के करीब खर्च हो गया था।
शादी के समय क्या क्या दिया था आप लोगों ने?
पापा जी ने बहुत कुछ दिया था, हद से ज्यादा दिया था। जैसे हर कोई बाप अपनी बेटी को देता है। सियाज गाड़ी दी थी, 20-21 तोला सोना दिया था, बाकी सब चीज दी थी जो होती है फर्नीचर वगैरह।
150 जोड़ी कपड़ा।
हाँ जी।
Shifting our focus to a breaking update coming in from Gadchiroli in Maharashtra. Credible information was received day before yesterday that Gatta Dalam, a company number 10 and other Maoist formations of Gadchiroli division were present in the forest area on the Gadchiroli-Narangpur border. Based on this, 19 C-60 units and 2 units of CRPF were sent to the said forest under the leadership of the Additional Superintendent of Police, Mr. Ramesh, and braving the rainfall in that district over the last 2 days. The operation team reached the forest area this morning and they conducted a search operation, and these Maoists opened the indiscriminate firing on them, leading to ineffective retaliation by the security forces. And after an exchange of fire which continued for almost 8 hours, a total of 4 Maoist bodies, 1 male and 3 female, have been retrieved during the search operation that is also currently underway. Weapons have also been recovered and further search operation is continuing in the area for the remaining Maoists. And now let's have a look at the top national stories in under 2 minutes. A report by the State Bank of India projects that United States imposing steep tariff on India goods will weigh on the US economy, and the report said that US GDP could be affected by 40 to 50 basis points due to the new tariffs that have kicked in today, while the US economy was also likely to face higher input cost inflation. The report highlighted that signs of renewed pressure have already started emerging in the United States, mainly due to the pass-through effects of the recent tariffs and a weaker dollar. 2 persons were killed and 9 others injured after a part of building collapsed in Vasai in Maharashtra's Palghar district. We're learning that the fire department and 2 teams from the NDRF rushed to this accident spot that you can see on the screen. The injured have been rushed to various hospitals in Virar and Nalasopara on the outskirts of Mumbai. A police case has been filed against the VK chief along with his bouncers following a complaint of the assault that has come to the fore. The case was filed based on the complaint submitted by Sarat Kumar, who has claimed that he was injured during the party's conference in Madurai that was held last week after he was manhandled by Vijay's bouncers. This development comes as Vijay, who founded TVK in 2024, seeks to position himself as a major challenger in Tamil Nadu politics. Monsoon rains have badly battered Jammu and Kashmir, triggering swollen rivers and landslide-like situation in several districts. As Tavi River flows in spate, it wreaks havoc in the region. And we're learning that the 4th Tavi Bridge near the Vikram Chowk has also collapsed. And due to the looming danger, administration evacuated hundreds of people on Tuesday from the banks of several flooded rivers and inundated low-lying areas in the UT. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you more about the 25% new tariff that's been imposed by the United States on India. And from Jammu, at least 32 people dead after tragic landslide near Vaishno Devi shrine took place yesterday. Rescue operation is currently underway. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे
कलरफुल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party's slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members, who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003. This is Saddam Hussein, the epitome of a dictator. His power was absolute. Fear was methodical. Dissent met with brutality. Now fast forward to 2025 America. Is there a disturbing echo in the halls of power? Let's explore whether dictator Trump is more than just rhetoric.
To a country. We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Stone pelting reported on statue of Ganesha on Manvi Panigate Road in Vadodara. Eggs also thrown on the idol and the police. Nikki's sister-in-law alleges dowry harassment now. Says Nikki and her family used to beat her up over dowry. At least 32 dead after tragic landslide near Vaishno Devi shrine. Rescue operations underway. Home Minister Amit Shah in Srinagar felicitates heroic jawans of Operation Mahadev. Opposition versus Election Commission explodes. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin calls Election Commission a puppet. $25% penalty tariffs announced by Trump. They kick in today. India remains resilient amid the tariff war. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Dr. Samishra with you. We start with breaking news coming in from the national capital. The Delhi police has exposed a human trafficking gang. This gang was smuggling boys and girls in Kashmir. Out North Police has arrested 4 accused. The gang used to bring minor children from UP, Bihar, Northeast and sell them for bonded labor in the houses of Kashmir Valley. That's the breaking news we have right now. This nexus has been busted. 3 have been arrested in this human trafficking nexus as they were sending young minor boys and girls for labor in Kashmir. Jatin is joining us live on the broadcast. Jatin, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ ज़्यादा जानकारी सामने आ रही है इसको लेकर?
बिल्कुल, देखिए दिल्ली पुलिस ने 4 लोगों को इस पूरे मामले में अरेस्ट किया है, लेकिन हैरानी की बात ये थी कि ये जो चारों लोग थे वो एक पूरा नेक्सस चला रहे थे, जो कि खास तौर पर नॉर्थ इंडिया से छोटे और माइनर बच्चों को एक तरीके से किडनैप करना और उसके बाद कश्मीर, श्रीनगर जैसे इलाकों में वहां पर इनको ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग किया जाता था। 3 लोगों को इस पूरे मामले में अभी तक रेस्क्यू किया गया है, जो कि छोटे बच्चे हैं। इनकी एज 16 से 18 साल के आसपास है, जिसमें 2 लड़कियां हैं और 1 लड़का है। हालांकि अभी इनसे पूछताछ में तमाम फैक्ट्स निकलना बाकी है, क्योंकि जब इनकी गिरफ्तारी की गई दिल्ली पुलिस इनसे पूछताछ कर रही है। इनका ये कहना है कि हाउस हेल्प के लिए ये लोग इस तरीके से छोटे बच्चों को किडनैप करते थे। बकायदा एक पूरी रेट लिस्ट इस पूरे मामले में तैयार की गई थी। किसी लड़के को अगर श्रीनगर भेजना है तो इसको इस पूरे गिरोह को 20,000 रुपए मिलते थे और लड़की को भेजना है तो 45,000 रुपए तक के जो पैसे हैं वो इनको दिया करते थे। श्रीनगर बेस्ड एक ट्रेवल एजेंसी है, उसके जरिए ये लोग जो ट्रैफिकिंग का जो पूरा रैकेट है वो चला रहे थे। हालांकि आउटर नॉर्थ दिल्ली पुलिस ने 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है। इन चारों से इस पूरे मामले में पूछताछ की जा रही है। क्या सिर्फ ये ट्रैफिकिंग का मामला हाउस होल्ड हेल्प से जुड़ा हुआ है या इसमें टेरर एंगल भी है, क्योंकि नाबालिग लड़कों को खास तौर पर लड़कियों को इस तरीके से श्रीनगर में किडनैप करके भेजना और किसी पे नजर ना पड़े तो ये लोग क्या करते थे कि बसेस के जरिए दिल्ली से जो बसेस जाती थी उसमें उन बच्चों को बिठाया जाता था और उसके बाद आगे जो ट्रैफिकिंग है वो की जाती थी। ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का जिम्मा भी एक अलग शख्स के जरिए किया जाता था ताकि किसी को शक ना हो। तो एक बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तौर पर दिल्ली पुलिस इस पूरे रैकेट को देख रही है और दिल्ली पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी जिन 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। इस नेक्सस में और कितने लोग हैं उनके बारे में भी जो डिटेल जानकारी है वो ली जाएगी। आने वाले दिनों में कुछ और गिरफ्तारी भी इस पूरे मामले में होगी, लेकिन अभी तक जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि एक बड़े नेक्सस के तौर पर, गिरोह के तौर पर, रैकेट के तौर पर ये पूरा जो ग्रुप है वो काम कर रहा था। 4 लोग इसके अभी तक अरेस्ट किए जा चुके हैं, बाकियों के बारे में जानकारी जुटाई जा रही है। माइनर्स लड़कों को किडनैप करना और उसके बाद लड़कियों को किडनैप करना और उसके बाद श्रीनगर में उनकी ट्रैफिकिंग करना, इससे जुड़ा हुआ पूरा मामला है। हालांकि दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि अभी 4 गिरफ्तारी, आने वाले दिनों में और गिरफ्तारी इस मामले में की जाएगी।
Shocking details coming in, viewers, of that human trafficking nexus. Viewers, let's take a listen into what the police has to say.
किडनैपिंग का केस दर्ज हुआ था 137 BNS में, जिसमें 2 माइनर गर्ल्स का अपहरण का सूचना उनके पेरेंट्स ने दिया था और हमारी टीम जम्मू कश्मीर में जाके 2 लड़कियों को जिनकी उम्र 15 और 13 साल थी वहाँ से रेस्क्यू कराकर दिल्ली लाए थे। और जब हमने इनको CWC के सामने पेश किया तब जो उनके स्टेटमेंट आए उससे ये पता चला कि उनको नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन से फोर्सफुली ले जाके वहाँ श्रीनगर में घरेलू कामों पर लगाया गया था और उनको किसी तरह की पेमेंट भी नहीं की गई थी। दिल्ली के अंदर एक सलीमुन रहमान और सूरज, इन 2 व्यक्तियों को हिरासत में लिया और उनसे ये पता चला कि देयर इज़ अ प्रॉपर रैकेट गोइंग ऑन हियर, जो रेलवे स्टेशंस और बस अड्डों पर जो इस तरह के अनअटेंडेड बच्चे मिलते हैं उनको कुछ एल्योरमेंट दे के कि हम आपको काम देंगे, इस तरह से यहाँ से उन बच्चों को बाय बस श्रीनगर तक ले जाया जाता है।
And viewers, in some more news, a fresh political storm has erupted in Delhi as Enforcement Directorate raided the residence of Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj in a high-profile hospital construction scam with allegations of massive financial embezzlement and delays in project worth over 5,590 crore rupees. The Aam Aadmi Party is calling it a witch hunt, while the BJP insists it's a crackdown on corruption. Let's get into the details, this escalating face-off and, more importantly, the scam.
It's a fresh political face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over ED action on Saurabh Bharadwaj. The central agency conducted raids on the Aam Aadmi Party leader in the hospital construction scam case. The primary allegation being large-scale embezzlement of public funds. Raids continued for over 12 hours at his residence. Addressing a press briefing today, the AAP leader claimed witch hunt by the BJP.
हेल्थ मिनिस्टर बनते ही ली और जिसमें मैंने अस्पतालों की देरी के लिए डॉक्टरों को कहा कि आप देरी ये पीडब्ल्यूडी को और इनके जो ये हेल्थ के जो अफसर हैं उनको कहा कि देरी क्यों हो रही है, जिसमें मैंने कहा कि इन अस्पतालों को बना के क्या करोगे अगर इसके अंदर स्टाफ ही भर्ती नहीं होगा। तुम हर आदमी को चोर साबित करने में लगे हो। आप अपने देश की नींव को खराब कर रहे हो, आप अपनी जड़ें खराब कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आप किसी आदमी को ये क्रेडिट तक नहीं लेने दे रहे कि वो ईमानदार है। वो कोई क्यों ईमानदार रहेगा इस देश में? क्यों रहेगा? आप मुझे बताइए, आप इस देश को, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैसे बर्बाद कर रही है?
As the Aam Aadmi Party cries vendetta and BJP cries loot, the investigation into the case has opened a new front.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in, and this is with regards to the Trump tariffs on 50% US tariff. Now, Minister of State for External Affairs Kirtivartan Singh has reacted. He's saying that the state is taking appropriate steps and economic strength will carry us through this trade war. He says that that the government is studying the impact and taking appropriate action, appropriate steps so that it does not harm our economy. And he assures that the strength of India's economy will carry the people of the country through these times. It's a growing and strong, resilient economy. Listen in.
Our economy is very strong, our industries are very strong. We will definitely not let our country suffer or our population suffer. We will study what is going to happen, but we are taking appropriate steps that it does not harm our economy. And let me assure you that the strength of our economy will carry us through these times. There's not going to... Very definitely, Honorable Prime Minister is going there. And you see, the world is always changing. The political climate, the investment climate, the business, it always changes. And we are well prepared to meet up with any eventuality. Our economy, like I said, is growing, it's strong, resilient, and we will, of course, match and meet these coming challenges. Our concern is our energy security, and we will continue to purchase energy sources from whichever country that benefits us.
Now, viewers, the 25% additional tariffs on India imposed by US President Donald Trump over purchase of Russian oil has come into effect from today. So this takes the total percentage of tariffs imposed on Indian imports to 50. President Trump-led administration has termed India's continued purchase of Russian oil as fueling Russia's war machine.
And I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? Yep. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn. Your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा।
Meanwhile, amid Trump's tariff tirade, Defense Minister Arnab says that India is leaving a mark of one of the most reliable exporters in the world.
It is also clear from this that even in the future, in any conflict, we will not have to rely only on traditional means, but we will have to keep pace with technological advancement continuously. At the same time, I believe that the component of the self-reliance in the defense sector is one of the most important components. If we talk about self-reliance, especially in the field of the defense manufacturing, then I would like to say that India has embarked on a historic journey. We are once counted among the world's largest importers, but today, on the path of the self-reliant India, we are making a place among the reliable exporters of the world. Today, our indigenous platforms, light combat aircraft Tejas, advanced towed artillery gun systems, Akash missile systems, and the indigenous aircraft carrier are giving a message to the world that India's technology and the quality are now standing at world-class standards. This confidence and strength are due to our scientists, our industry, and our leadership. Today, we are making all the equipment in our country that we used to import. You will also be very happy to know that now we have taken another step forward in the direction of making fifth-generation fighter aircraft. Now we are moving fast in the direction of making jet engines in India itself.
Meanwhile, viewers, former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla also has exuded confidence that India will be able to conclude a satisfactory, mutually beneficial trade agreement with US as Trump's tariffs kick in. The former diplomat says that New Delhi must find alternative markets to minimize the impact caused by additional tariffs.
Hopeful that we will find a way to conclude a satisfactory mutually beneficial free trade agreement with the United States early rather than late, and that would certainly take us to the next step of the visit of President Trump to India, a meeting of the Quad leaders, and I think really setting us back on track.
Meanwhile, let's take a listen into some reactions that are coming in from across the country on Trump's tariff war.
इन दिनों में जो टैरिफ लागू होने के बाद जिस तरह ट्रम्प जी ने जिस तरह धमकियां दी कि 25% फिर 25% बढ़ा दिया, और उसके बाद ये उम्मीद थी, आशा थी कि यहाँ की सरकार उनसे बात करेगी और इस मसले को हल निकालेगी। लेकिन आज से टैरिफ लागू हो गया, जो अमेरिका के अंदर आज से लागू हो गया है। मैं यहाँ के सरकार से, यहाँ शासन से मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि यदि अमेरिका हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं तो बहुत सी चीजें इंपोर्ट भी हो रही हैं। तमाम चीजें यहाँ अमेरिका की तमाम अमेरिकन कंपनी हैं, मैकडॉनल्ड्स है, पेप्सिको है, कोका है, तमाम एप्पल है, इनके ऊपर भी टैक्स लगाया जाए।
स्थितियां तो आप देख ही रहे हैं, ठीक है ना, सब समेट गई हैं, मशीनें हमारी बंद पड़ी हुई हैं, 2-4 लोग जो कर रहे हैं, लोकल काम जो चल रहा है ये भी सब मिला जुला के खत्म पे ही है, ठीक है ना। और सरकार कर क्या रही, मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ। अब वो धमकी दे रहे हैं, लागू कर दे रहे हैं, ठीक है ना। हम क्या कर रहे हैं ये हमें भी तो मालूम चले। हमसे टैक्स तो लिया जा रहा है कि 18% ये लगेगा, ये भी जीएसटी लगेगा, इस पे भी लगेगा, उस पे भी लगेगा, हम सब कुछ दे रहे हैं, हमें क्या मिल रहा है।
देखिए, लेदर इंडस्ट्री को जिस तरह से करेंट में सिनेरियो में सरकार जैसे इसको साइड आउट करते जा रही है, जब भी हैंड गुड्स का या हैंडमेड का जब भी इंडस्ट्री का नाम आता उसमें लेदर का नाम आता। ये अंग्रेजों के जमाने से लेदर एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं, इसका नाम है, लेकिन जिस तरह से साइड आउट किया जा रहा है और ट्रम्प के जो पॉलिसी है उससे ये पूरा साइड आउट हो जाएगा। इंडिया में कंजप्शन इसका है, लेकिन जिस लेवल का अब हम लोग बनाते हैं उस लेवल का कंजप्शन इंडिया में कम है, बाहरी देशों में ज्यादा है। अब हम पेमेंट भी मंगवा रहे हैं तो बैंक बोल दे रही कि हम एलसी आपका एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे, यूएस से ले रहे, आप खुद उसको रिजेक्ट कर दीजिए। अब जब बैंक पेमेंट लेने को रेडी नहीं है ये पॉलिसी के बाद, तो फिर हम करें क्या? सामने वाला पेमेंट भी दे रहा है तो ले नहीं रहे, तो हम करें तो करें।
राजस्थान में जो हैंडीक्राफ्ट इंडस्ट्रीज है मेनली उसके पॉकेट्स है जयपुर, जोधपुर, उदयपुर, चूरू।
यहाँ से आप लगभग राजस्थान का हम टोटल हैंडीक्राफ्ट एक्सपोर्ट गिनते हैं 9,000 करोड़ रुपये। 9,000 करोड़ से 50 से 60% अकेले अमेरिका जाता है। अमेरिका में अभी हमारे प्रोडक्ट पे टैरिफ 0 से 12% के बीच में अलग अलग कैटेगरी के हिसाब से था। अब हम ये मानते हैं कि वो 50 से 62% हो जाएगा। तो ये होने से हमारे बायर्स ने लगभग सबने हाथ खड़े कर दिए, ईमेल्स भेज दिए, रनिंग ऑर्डर्स भी रोक दिए हैं और आगे भी ऑर्डर नए देने को तैयार नहीं है। तो ये मान लीजिए इसमें हैंडीक्राफ्ट में सबसे बड़ा ये लेबर इंटेंसिव सेक्टर है और इसमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में राजस्थान में लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार मिलता है। तो अगर मैं प्रत्यक्ष की भी बात करूं तो हैंडीक्राफ्ट में राजस्थान में करीब 3 लाख लोगों पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा अमेरिका के एक्सपोर्ट का, क्योंकि हमारा 60% के लगभग अमेरिका जाता है माल हैंडीक्राफ्ट का।
टैरिफ का बहुत बड़ा असर है गारमेंट पे। गारमेंट की जो अभी अमेरिका में हम लोग गारमेंट दे रहे हैं उस पर 16.25% के करीब ड्यूटी थी। अगर अपन एक कैटेगरी पकड़ते हैं, मान लो ड्रेस की कैटेगरी पकड़ते हैं, रेयॉन ड्रेस की कैटेगरी पकड़ते हैं, इसके 16.25 से 28% तक एग्जिस्टिंग कस्टम ड्यूटी थी। अब टैरिफ जो है ऑन द टॉप ऑफ कस्टम ड्यूटी है। तो टैरिफ अभी जो हमें लग रहा है वो लगभग 66% से लेके 72% तक लग रहा है अलग अलग कैटेगरीज पे। तो बहुत बड़ा फ़र्क है, डेढ़ा फ़र्क है।
Coming in right now, the Cabinet has approved the submission of bid for Commonwealth Games CWG 2030. Cabinet approved signing of host collaboration agreement and grant in aid sanction for Gujarat government if CWG 2030 bid gets accepted. So breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is approval that has been given for the submission of the bid for 2030, and that's a big development coming in. Himanshu joins us live on the broadcast for more. Himanshu, Ahmedabad is being pitched as one of the host cities, and now the approval has been given for the bid. Tell us more, what's in store, what to expect now?
Rakshita, a big decision by Union Cabinet. It clears the deck for Ahmedabad to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Remember, 72 countries will participate, so it will need clearance from different levels, different authorities, and that is why Cabinet's decision is a big nod. Now, different sports ministry, different urban development ministry, then the Gujarat state ministries will also have to come into play and now clear the road for CWG 2030. But this is the first step forward.
Absolutely. Of course, it's a very big development, and India has been preparing for that. But, you know, Commonwealth Games have happened earlier in the country as well. That was a huge, a scam that had been uncovered back then. This time, of course, India has made forays, and India is developing, and the economy is also growing. This time, we see that India is emerging. It's one of the emerging sporting powers, so to speak. If you see, you know, India is also bidding for the Olympics also.
Correct.
So what will be expected from here on, and how is India going to prepare for this bid?
Rakshita, in 2023, Ahmedabad, the Narendra Modi International Stadium hosted the ICC World Cup final. And so that proves that we have the hosting capabilities of a world event. However, for a Commonwealth Games and for an Olympic level thing, you need a lot of things. There has to be the swimming pools. You will have to have those big equestrian ground and all that stuff. So Commonwealth will have 72 nations. So obviously this will be, you can say, the semi-final, or you can say a dress rehearsal for the bigger Olympic Games that Ahmedabad is actually bidding for.
All right, thanks so much, Himanshu, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. That's a big development. Ahmedabad places bid for hosting the Commonwealth Games 2030. So once again, India bidding for the Commonwealth Games. And now we shift our focus to what's happening in Jammu. The situation is extremely concerning. Viewers, 26 BSF personnel and 50 civilians are trapped in the aftermath of heavy rainfall and landslides in Jammu. The army has launched extensive search operations in flood-affected area, deploying multiple columns and helicopters to evacuate stranded personnel. So that's, you can see those visuals, dramatic visuals. In fact, they are terrifying, given the furious flow of the river, Tavi River breaching the danger mark. Also the Chenab River overflowing. You can see houses, they are crumbling down. Several civilians and BSF personnel are missing. And The communication lines are also down. Heavy rains continue to batter the Jammu region, viewers. And Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast from Ground Zero. Gursimran, tell us more updates. What's happening as far as the rescue operations are concerned?
See, the rescue operations are continuing to save the precious lives. The BSF personnel have been brought out. The civilians are being brought out by the authorities. And this all fury is being created by the Chenab River. The mighty Chenab that is now flowing above the danger level. It is more than 3 feet above the danger level that Chenab is flowing here in Akhnur. Right now we are at the Geopota Ghat, and here you will see that the Jammu and Kashmir police is trying to remove the people from the banks of the river Chenab. Reason being that this area has been prone to the threat that this waters might enter the civilian area, because Geopota Ghat, you will see that the Shambhu temple that is here has completely been submerged into water. It is 5 to 6 feet of the water that has entered the Shambhu temple here. The ground floor has completely gone into the river Chenab, and now it seems extended river Chenab that you see here. It is Jammu and Kashmir police that is asking the people to move away from this very area, because see, any civilian population close to the banks of the river Chenab can be a threat to their life, and that's why the authorities, the police is moving the people out from this very area. I'll request Sir Jeevan to show you on the other side that there is a house on the other side where the water entered early this morning, and what has happened that here on the entrance also you will be in a position to see that these are the debris that have completely entered this very area, and it seems like it has swept through this entire area. This is the mudslides that have entered, that came along with the water of river Chenab and have now entered the rooms that were close to the river Chenab. These usually, if on a regular day, this is roughly 5 to 10 meters away from the river Chenab, but now the mighty Chenab is on the flow. It is running above the danger level, close to the evacuation level, and that is why it is making really difficult challenges for the authorities, because the people are getting trapped. The area that you see on the other side, you will see that the trees have been completely washed away by the might of river Chenab, because river Chenab has been flowing at this level and beyond this level since yesterday. It has gone to 47, 48 feet also. Now it has receded, but the level it has receded is not that will brought relief or that will bring relief to the people living in the nearby areas. It is a complete destruction that river Chenab is bringing, because it has broken one of the barrages that was there and have entered into the Gadkhal area, where we saw civilians trapped, BSF personal traps, army personal traps, NDRF, SDRF, Air Force, Indian Army, all swung into the relief and the rescue operations. And as you see that here Shambhu temple that is on the banks of the river Chenab, that has completely submerged, the ground floor has completely submerged here, and now the officials of the J&K police, they are keeping a strict vigil on what is happening ground, and if needed they are moving the people backward so that there is no risk to their life, though the people are coming here to see what has happened, what is the flow of the water, but the police is asking them to be at the safer distance so that there is no immediate threat to their life.
Thanks so much, Goswami, for joining us. And viewers, we can see that furious flow of a river. You can right now see on your screens, viewers, it's ferocious, and it has, it's making the rescue operations also very, very challenging, as many of the BSF personnel also have been, are still trapped because of the landslide and the flow of river. Of course, you can see it's breaching the danger mark, and the houses have been destroyed, and many more people who are still missing. Even the pilgrims of Vaishno Devi have also lost their life. At least 6 of them have lost their lives. Of course, it's a situation that is developing, and we keep a close eye on. Shift our focus now to the Run Samvad 2025 that happened in Madhya Pradesh's Mount. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh hailed the success of India's Operation Sindoor, highlighting the capabilities of the defence forces. Listen in.
The success of Operation Sindoor is the perfect example in itself. Bravery and swiftness with which our forces carried out action against the terrorist shelter in Pakistan was something those terrorists could never have been imagined. I firmly believe that every war leaves us with some important learnings. In the course of battle, we are able to realistically assess the level of our preparedness. If we speak the Operation Sindoor, it was indeed a striking demonstration of technology-driven warfare. Friends, be it offensive or defensive techniques, operational practices, quick and efficient war logistics, The seamless integration of our forces are matters of the intelligence and the surveillance. Operation Sindoor gave us a wealth of nations. It provided us with a glimpse of the kind of the challenges and responses that could serve as a valuable guidance for any conflict in the future. You may also have observed that Operation Sindoor has emerged as a great example demonstrating the success of our indigenous platforms, equipment, and the weapon systems. Its achievements have once again underlined that in the times to come, self-reliance is an absolute necessity. We have indeed made significant progress on the path of self-reliance, but there is still a long way ahead that we must travel. Friends, beyond all these aspects, Operation Sindoor has also taught us another crucial lesson: the importance of information and the cyber warfare in today's age. While enhancing our defense capability, it is equally vital to ensure that our information and the cyber infrastructure is made even more robust.
And time for a short break, viewers, but the latest twist now coming in the Nikki dowry case. Her sister-in-law alleges now that Nikki's family also harassed her for dowry. And opposition versus election commission explodes. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin says that the election commission is a puppet.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta. Legend forever.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003.
Stone pelting reported on the statue of Ganesha on Manvi Panigate Road in Vadodara. Eggs were also thrown on the idol and the police. Nikki's sister-in-law alleges dowry harassment, says Nikki and her family used to beat her up over dowry. At least 32 dead after tragic landslide near Vaishno Devi shrine. Rescue operation underway. Home Minister Amit Shah in Srinagar felicitates the heroic jawans of Operation Mahadev. Opposition versus Election Commission explodes. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin calls the Election Commission a puppet. $25% penalty tariffs announced by Trump. India remains resilient amid tariff war. Start with news coming in from Vadodara viewers. Stone pelting was reported on the statue of Ganesha on Manvi Panigate Road today. This on the occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi. Now, eggs were also thrown on the idol and the police. The forensic team, the FSL team will also join the investigation. Now, according to the preliminary information, when the volunteers of Manjalpur Nirman Park Yuva Mandal were carrying the idol, that is the time when stone pelting took place. Police began the investigation, and considering the seriousness, a convoy of high-level police officials also rushed to the spot. Police searching for the antisocial elements. In fact, the pelters have been paraded by the police. There you have, they have been arrested and they were paraded in Vadodara. That is the update we are getting in right now. Manish is joining us live on the broadcast for more. But Manish, क्या कुछ जानकारी आ रही है इन दो लोगों को लेकर जो कि हिरासत में भी लिए गए हैं? क्या कुछ एक्शन लिया गया है?
जी, वडोदरा शहर पुलिस ने जैसे ही ये घटना परसों मतलब कल सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग में 3 बजे के आसपास ये घटना थी, पुलिस ने तुरंत इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करते हुए, क्योंकि गणेश जी की जो शोभा यात्रा है वो वहां से निकल रहे थे और उस बीच में जो पानी गेट इलाका है काफी संवेदनशील इलाका माना जाता है, जहां पे पुलिस पूरे टाइम पुलिस जो है वहां पे मौजूद रहती है। पर पुलिस स्टेशन के ठीक 100 मीटर के दायरे के अंदर जो है गणेश जी की जब यात्रा वहां से निकल रही थी, तब जाके कुछ जो लोग जो हैं उन्होंने गणेश जी के ऊपर जो है अंडे फेंके और अंडे फेंकने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं माहौल गर्म हुआ और गर्म होने के बाद वहां पे जो तमाम जो पुलिस है, पुलिस बल वहां पहुंची। पुलिस ने जल्द से जल्द इसमें जो कार्रवाई है वो किया और जो दोनों आरोपी हैं कल वो शाम तक में पकड़े गए। जी बिल्कुल। क्या कोई और लोग भी इसके पीछे हैं? क्या कोई और लोग भी जांच के दायरे में हैं? पुलिस में जांच में जुटी हुई है कि किस प्रकार से और भी लोग, क्योंकि जब भी इस तरीके की घटना होती है तो इसके पीछे क्या कारण है, क्या मेंटेलिटी है, किस कारण से इन लोगों ने इस तरीके की घटना को अंजाम दिया, क्या इस तरीके का क्योंकि सूत्रों से ये भी खबर निकल के सामने आ रही है, क्योंकि ये दोनों जो पकड़े गए हैं जिनको पुलिस ने अरेस्टिंग किया है, इसमें इन दोनों को कहीं ना कहीं सोशल मीडिया पे फेमस होना था। इसकी वजह से इन दोनों ने ये घटना को अंजाम दिया, ये भी बातें निकल के सामने आ रही है। पुलिस अलग अलग दिशाओं में एफएसएल की टीम भी वहां घटनास्थल पे पहुंची, उन्होंने भी जांच किया है कि ये समग्र मामले के अंदर जो अंडा फेंका गया तो वो अंडा ही था कि क्या था, उसके ऊपर भी एफएसएल ने जांच किया है। तमाम जो पुलिस की अलग अलग टीमें, अभी क्राइम ब्रांच की टीमें हो या पुलिस जिस इलाके में ये हुआ है, सिटी पुलिस स्टेशन के इलाके में ये घटना घटी है, तो वहां पर भी पुलिस, वहां की भी तमाम जो टीमें हैं वो अभी भी जांच में जुटी हुई है। पुलिस का मेन इसमें यह है कि इस तरीके की घटना, वडोदरा शहर को एक शांतिपूर्ण नगरी माना जाता है और शांतिपूर्ण नगरी में अगर इस तरीके की कोई भी घटना घटती है तो वो एक बड़ी, क्योंकि ये बहुत संवेदनशील इलाका है जहाँ पे ये घटना घटी है, तो इस घटना को किस तरीके से पुलिस जल्द से जल्द इन्वेस्टिगेट करके आरोपियों को सख्त में सख्त सजा हो, उस दिशा में पुलिस काम कर रही है।
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. So that's the big update we have. 3 attackers have been arrested, and we'll get you more details as the investigation unfolds. And viewers, now the dowry case from Greater Noida. Nikki's sister-in-law alleges now that Nikki and Kanchan both used to beat her up. She further added that that Nikki's father, Bikari Singh, and his mother-in-law used to harass them for dowry, and that the husband Rohit, that means Nikki's brother, also used to beat her a lot, and they even fired a shot at the brother, at her brother. Speaking about women's family, sister-in-law Meenakshi said that the family is not like that. It's not bad. They are very well off. Nikki's sister-in-law alleges that she was forced to undergo abortion twice. Meenakshi Bhatti, married in 2016, was tortured by Nikki's family and father for dowry, she says. It's alleged. Father had also given, so this is Meenakshi's father who gave a Ciaz car, 31 tola gold for dowry, but Nikki's family wanted Scorpio. So now these are allegations against Nikki's family also coming in. Now, Nikki's Bhabhi, that is brother, that is the sister-in-law, alleges that even Nikki and Kanchan tortured her, and she also had to save her own life. Listen in.
क्या नाम है आपका? मीनाक्षी भाटी। मीनाक्षी जी, क्या आपके साथ? मेरे को दहेज के लिए 9 साल हो गई, मुझे घर से बेघर कर रखा है मेरे ससुराल वालों ने। मुझसे दहेज मांगते हैं, वहाँ पर ले जाते तो मेरे साथ मारपीट करते थे, मुझे मारा करते थे, मेरे भैया पे गोली तक चलाई थी उन्होंने। आज अपनी बेटी को कैसे आज दूसरे बेटी को न्याय नहीं कर सकते, वो फ्री के कैसे मांग रहा हो? हाँ जी, मैं सिर्फ यही कहना चाहूंगी कि जो बाप अपनी बेटी के लिए इंसाफ मांग रहा है, वो दूसरे की बेटी जो पीहर में छोड़ रखी है, जो घर से बेघर कर रखी है, उसे भी इंसाफ दिला दो। पहले उसके लिए सोचो जो 9 साल से कर रखी है, तेरी तो आज हुई है, उस बेटी के लिए भी सोच लो। मेरे सिर पे बाप नहीं है, भैया है मेरे से छोटे है, क्या स्थिति होगी मेरी?
कंजूम जो पिता हैं वो आपसे किस तरह की डिमांड करते थे दहेज की?
डिमांड करते रहते थे वो, कभी 5 लाख रुपए लाओ, कभी 10 लाख रुपए लाओ अपने पापा से, कभी 2 लाख रुपया लेकर आओ। पाप आते तो उनके मुंह भरते रह गए। अब बाप नहीं है तो मुझे हमेशा के लिए छोड़ दिया। जब मुझे लेके तो जाते थे वो 6-6 महीने के लिए, 2-2 साल के लिए छोड़ते थे, तो 6 महीने के लिए पापा के उससे लेके भी जाते थे जब उन्होंने कुछ मिल जावे।
ऐसे भी सुनने में आया कि आपका अबॉर्शन हुआ कई बार।
हाँ जी, मेरी सास ने करवाया था। मुझे ऐसी दवाई देती थी कि ये कुछ दवाई होती है देसी दवाई, जब बच्चे रहते हैं कि सह बदलने की दवाई होती है, वो कि लड़का हो जाएगा लड़की की। क्यों लड़की की अच्छी नहीं लगती? जो आज कह रहा है कि लड़की नहीं रहेगी, दवाई कौन देता? लड़की नहीं रहेंगी तो लड़का कहाँ से आएंगे? उनसे ये पूछो कि आज उस बेटी को भी आप सह बदल की दवाई क्यों देवे? झूठ बोल के गलत दवाई खवाते थे मुझे। जिस
आपने शादी में कितना पैसा खर्च किया था?
ये 35-40 लाख के करीब खर्च हो गया था।
शादी के समय क्या क्या दिया था आप लोगों ने?
पापा जी ने बहुत कुछ दिया था, हद से ज्यादा दिया था, जैसे हर कोई बाप अपनी बेटी को देता है। सियाज गाड़ी दी थी, 20-21 तोला सोना दिया था, बाकी सब चीज दी थी जो होती है फर्नीचर वगैरह, 150 जोड़ी कपड़ा। हाँ जी।
मेरा नाम महेश नागर है जी।
महेश नागर जी, अभी भिखारी सिंह जी की लड़की निक्की जो है जलकर उसकी मौत हुई है और उन्होंने दहेज का आरोप लगाया था। लेकिन अब आपके यहाँ भी एक बेटी है जिसको उन्होंने दहेज के लिए छोड़ा हुआ आपने बताया था, तो क्या
मैंने भी अपनी भांजी की शादी भिखारी के लड़का को रोटी पायला के लिए मैंने करी थी।
अच्छा,
वो दहेज वो करते थे मांग बार बार और घर पे बैठी है आज भी हमारी बेटी दहेज के ऊपर छोड़ दी उन्होंने, मारपीट करी, गोली चलाई हम पे। जो लड़की के भाई हैं दीपक भाटी या दाड़ू भाटी, उन पे गोली चलाई। पंचायत में उन्होंने वो करा और आज हमारी बेटी घर पे बैठी है, दहेज मांगते हैं ना, हमारी लड़की ले जा रहे, मने कर दी यहाँ पे नहीं रहेगी, लड़का के दूसरी लड़की से संबंध है। और जी माँ बाप भी अच्छे नहीं है, उनकी भी व्यवहार अच्छा नहीं है, वो भी मारपीट करते थे। निक्की कंचन भी मारपीट करती थी अपने भाई के साथ में, हमारी बेटी के साथ में।
अभी ये लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि दहेज के लिए मार दिया गया।
देखो ये जो है दहेज का तो ये चक्कर है नहीं, ये चक्कर दहेज का नहीं है। वो सिरसा वाले लोग बताएंगे, पूरा गांव बताएगा। वो मीडिया या प्रशासन चाहिए तो वहां जाए, वहां पूछे अब क्या चक्कर है, इनका दहेज का चक्कर नहीं है।
सिरसा वाले तो मना करते थे इस चीज के लिए, अभी हम सिरसा
तो कोई पूरा गांव थोड़ी मना करेगा सिरसा वाला कि भाई कोई ना कोई उनकी एंटी पार्टी भी होगा, वो तो कहेगा भाई इन्होंने मारी है। वो तो सब सामने आ रही है। कंचन नहीं कह रही थी कि जब वो ऊपर आग लगा के नीचे को जीने पे को भाग रही थी, अब बहन तूने क्या कर लिया, वो वीडियो कहाँ, मीडिया या प्रशासन उस वीडियो देखे। अगर लड़का ने आग लगाई है, कुछ ने लगाई है, वो तो वो जाने, हम तो अपनी लड़की के बारे में कह सकते हैं।
निक्की के पिता न्याय की मांग मांग रहे हैं अपनी बेटी।
निक्की के पिता न्याय की मांग मांगे बाद में, जो पहले उन्होंने हमारी बेटी छोड़ रखी है, हमारे घर पर जिंदगी भी हमारी बेटी है, वो उसका न्याय करे पहले निक्की का पापा और निक्की की मम्मी और निक्की का भाई, जब वो निक्की का न्याय ले और मीडिया और प्रशासन हमारी मदद करे।
अब तो वो लगातार कह रहे हैं कि जो है विपिन के घर पे, यानी कि जो उनके घर पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए।
तो भिखारी के भी तो घर पर, निक्की के पापा के भी घर पर बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, जो हमारी लड़की की जिंदगी खराब हुई बैठी है। हमारी लड़की को ले जाने वाला नहीं है आज की डेट में गुजर बिरादरी में।
तो ये जो इनके पिता, ये इनका कहना है कि जो
My colleague Neha is joining us live on the broadcast from Nikki's residence. Neha, बताया कि क्या कुछ सामने आ रहा है, बिकॉज अब निक्की के जो परिवार वाले हैं उन पर भी तमाम तरह के आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, देखने को साफ तौर पर जाहिर है कि अब रोप प्रत्यारोप का सिलसिला शुरू हो चुका है। निक्की के जो परिवार वाले हैं वो विपिन भाटी पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं और अब नया मामला सामने आया है कि विपिन भाटी निक्की की जो भाभी हैं उन्होंने अब निक्की उनके परिवार वालों पे आरोप लगाया है कि वो लोग खुद दहेज की मांग कर रहे थे और लड़के निक्की के जो भाई है उनका कहीं पर अफेयर था। दोनों के बीच जो रिश्ते हैं वो बहुत ही मजबूत नहीं है। यहाँ पर जब हमने उनके पिता से बात की तो उनका कहना है कि दोनों ही मामले एक दूसरे से बिल्कुल अलग हैं, दोनों को एक दूसरे से जोड़ना बिल्कुल ही गलत है। निक्की का मामला अलग है और उसकी भाभी का मामला अलग है, लेकिन निक्की की भाभी ने जो कुछ कहा है उसमें साफ तौर पर जाहिर है कि उन्होंने कहा है कि निक्की और कंचन भी हमसे मारपीट करती थी। जो दूसरे की बेटी का दर्द नहीं समझ रहे हैं, उनकी बेटी का दर्द आखिर कौन समझेगा। वही उनकी भाभी के जो भाई हैं, निक्की भाटी के भाभी के भाई हैं, उनका भी कहना है कि अगर निक्की के पिता विपिन के घर पर बुलडोजर एक्शन की मांग कर रहे हैं तो निक्की के घर पर भी बुलडोजर एक्शन होना चाहिए। थोड़ी देर पहले हमने निक्की के पिता से बातचीत की है, उन्होंने यही कहा कि अभी निक्की के भाभी और भाई का जो केस है वो कोर्ट में चल रहा है, लेकिन दोनों ही मामले एक दूसरे से बिल्कुल अलग हैं। दोनों के बीच तालमेल नहीं था, दोनों में आपसी वाद विवाद होता रहता था, जिसकी वजह से दोनों ही अलग हो गए और बात नहीं मानती थी। निक्की की जो भाभी थी अपने मन से घर से चली जाती थी, ऐसी चीज़ें उन्होंने जाहिर की है। लेकिन सच्चाई क्या है ये तो जांच का विषय है, ये आगे ही पता चलेगा। लेकिन निक्की मौत का मामला हर दिन नया रुख लेता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। हमने निक्की के पड़ोसी जो विपिन भाटी के पड़ोसी हैं उनसे भी बातचीत की थी, उन्होंने भी हमें बताया कि ये मामला पूरी तरीके से अब पेचीदा होता जा रहा है। उन्होंने जिस तरीके से जिस निडरता के साथ बातों को सामने रखा था उसको भी झुठलाया नहीं जा सकता। उन्होंने तमाम तस्वीरें भी दिखाई, उन्होंने सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी दिखाए, उसमें भी उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए किस तरीके से निक्की रोती बिलखती हुई आग में झुलसी हुई सीढ़ियों से नीचे उतर रही थी और निक्की की जो बहन थी वो कह रही थी कि ये बहन तूने ये क्या कर लिया। तो ऐसे तमाम साक्ष्य भी सामने हैं जिनको झुठलाया बिल्कुल भी नहीं जा सकता है। फिलहाल आगे देखने वाली बात होगी कि क्या कुछ सामने निकल कर आता है और कौन सही है कौन गलत है, ये आगे ही पता चलेगा।
Right. Ji. Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, we have some breaking news coming in from Jammu. Now, rescue operations are underway near Katra after landslide occurred near Vaishno Devi. 32 people have lost their lives in tragedy so far while the rescue and relief operations continue. Viewers, that's the breaking news we have. And my colleague Goswami is getting you the latest visuals from the site in Katra. Okay, I think this is from Katra. And these you can see the helicopter. You can see that house that has been demolished, that has crumbled down because of the landslide, and rescue operations still underway, and helicopters have been rushed in. Indian Air Force the helicopters have been rushed in for the rescue and relief operations. Viewers, at least 32 pilgrims have lost their lives. Akhnur is my colleague's location. Goswami is right now at Akhnur. But tell us more about what's happening in Katra. Is the search for more people going on?
Yes, the search is underway at Katra as we speak. The operations to remove the debris is still underway. 32 people have lost their life, 20 people have been injured. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has witnessed the Narayana Hospital where the injured are, and he has announced that the injured, those who have lost their life, will be given 9 lakh compensation. 5 lakh will be given by the Shrine Board, while the rest 4 lakh will be given by the disaster management authorities. This immediate announcement has been made by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. Now the 30 to 40% of the debris have already been removed, and 40 people, those were initially retrieved from that very site, including the 20 injured and 20 bodies. Now 12 more bodies have been recovered, taking the total toll of those who have died in this unfateful incident to 32. It is suspected that some more people might be there, because what has happened that when the landslide came, it came along with the big boulders and also the pillars that were there as a shed of that very area where this landslide has taken place. And the people, those who were returning, since the yatra was suspended immediately, those who were returning back from top to down, they were the ones who came under the debris. Now the question also arises on the Shri Vaishno Devi administration, that why when this kind of rains were taking place, there were regular inputs of the landslide and the flash floods to take place, why they were not provided with the vehicles so that they can travel securely down. So that is something the Shrine Board needs to answer. But for now, the LG has announced a compensation of 9 lakh to all those who have been killed in this unfateful incident.
And Goswami, you are right now in Akhnur. We can see the flow of water. But has there been any relief? Is the Chenab River still on the danger mark? And because the situation has been grim there, and the rescue operations have been going around the clock, several families in Akhnur have been stranded.
So if we speak of the situation in the Akhnur, it is almost the same like we spoke a couple of minutes ago. The water level of the Chenab is close to 40 feet and is still flowing above the danger level, though it has come down from the evacuation level. But now, even if as we speak, it is above the level of the danger, and that is why it is posing threat to the nearby areas. Because see, these are the build-up areas. These areas will pass securely. Here it will enter the Apshambu temple like it has entered in the past. Also, we have seen that at 30 to 33 feet also it come close to this temple. But now what happened, that the low-lying areas, the areas which do not have the build-up on both the sides, there it is going to cause a major dent, because there also on the other side you have seen that how trees have been uprooted completely with the flow of river Chenab, and now this mighty Chenab is reaching towards downside. It is going towards the Indri Patan. On the left side it has actually entered the civilian areas by breaching a barrage that was made to prevent the Chenab from entering the civilian areas, but it has breached that area and has now entered the civilian areas. And the fury, reaching the Chenab that you see here, this can be established with these visuals that you see, that how this water is reaching towards down below, then to the Pakistan, where it actually enters the Pakistani territory, 50 to 20 kilometers from this very place. But if we speak of the upper reaches, the level of the Chenab is unlikely to reduce to a larger level. It can it can come down to 2 to 3 feet, but it is not, we are looking for any major decline in the level of river Chenab here in the Akhnur as we continue to report from the ground zero. And also it is causing a major trouble because multiple operation relief and rescue operations that have been launched in the areas of Beripatan and nearby areas, they all have been launched due to this river going in full flow to the low-lying areas.
Thanks so much, Goswami, for joining us with those details coming in. We'll keep a close eye on the developments. And viewers, now the flood situation is also unfolding in Punjab. The Indian Army Aviation has pulled off a daring rescue in Pathankot. 22 CRPF personnel and 3 civilians were stranded on the roof of a building near Madhopur headworks. It was cut off by raging flood waters. Minutes after they were airlifted, the building collapsed. Here's more.
Flood fury continues in Punjab. Rivers have breached danger levels, inundating low-lying villages and farmland. Near Madhopur headworks in Pathankot, 22 CRPF personnel and 3 civilians were left marooned on a rooftop, surrounded by floodwaters from the Ravi, Uch and Jalalian rivers. They had been stranded since Tuesday evening after water was released from the Ranjit Sagar Dam. At first light on Wednesday, Army aviation helicopters were launched in a high-risk rescue mission. One by one, the 25 stranded individuals were lifted out by a winch and flown to safety. Just minutes later, the very building where they had been sheltering gave way and collapsed into the swirling waters. The army says the swift operation was a race against time, reflecting its commitment to protect lives and the coordination with local authorities.
It's opposition versus election commission that's exploding. Viewers, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin calls the election commission a puppet. And 25% penalty tariffs announced by Trump, they kick in today, and India remains resilient amid the tariff war.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party slogan, and leave.
Nikki dowry death case raises major questions. Tortured by in-laws, failed by her own family. Is there no place for progressive women in society? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
And now let's take a quick look at some more stories from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A report by the State Bank of India projects that United States imposing steep tariffs on Indian goods will weigh on the U.S. economy. The report said that the U.S. GDP could be affected by 40 to 50 basis points due to the new tariffs, while the U.S. economy was also likely to face higher input cost inflation. Report highlighted that signs of renewed inflationary pressure have already started emerging in the U.S., mainly due to the pass-through effects of the recent tariffs and a weaker dollar. 2 persons were killed and 9 others injured after a part of a building collapsed in Vasai in Maharashtra's Palghar. The fire department and 2 teams from the National Disaster Response Force were rushed to the accident spot. The injured have been rushed to various hospitals in Virar and Nalasopara on the outskirts of Mumbai. A police case has been filed against TVK Chief Thalapathy Vijay, along with his bouncers, following a complaint of alleged assault. The case was filed based on a complaint submitted by Sharat Kumar, who alleges that he was injured during the party's conference in Madurai after he was manhandled by Vijay's bouncers. Development comes as Vijay, who founded the TVK last year, seeks to position himself as a major challenger in Tamil Nadu politics. Monsoon rains have badly battered Jammu and Kashmir, triggering swollen rivers and landslide-like situations as Tavi River flows in spate. It wreaks havoc in the region. A road connecting the Fort Tavi Bridge with Bikram Chowk got washed away. Due to looming danger, administration evacuated hundreds of people on Tuesday from the banks of several flooded rivers and inundated low-lying areas in the state. All right, we slip into a short break, viewers, but we get you the case from Vadodara, where stone pelting was reported during the Ganpati festival. And Home Minister Amit Shah in Srinagar felicitates heroic jawans of Operation Mahadev.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party's slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members, who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003. This is Saddam Hussein, the epitome of a dictator. His power was absolute. Fear was methodical. Dissent met with brutality. Now fast forward to 2025 America. Is there a disturbing echo in the halls of power? Let's explore whether dictator Trump is more than just rhetoric.
To a country. World watches India's resolute stand against the United States. India takes on tariff bullying unlike any other nation. How India has rewritten tariff diplomacy, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Donald Trump's 25% additional tariff has kicked in today, but India is not backing down, and we'll get you more updates on that. Let's start with the headlines. Nikki's sister-in-law alleges dowry harassment, says Nikki and her family used to beat her up for dowry. Jammu and Kashmir reels under flash floods, landslides, 37 people have lost their life. Relief and rescue operation is currently underway. As 25% penalty tariff kicks in, MOS External Affairs says government is taking all steps to ensure no harm to the economy. Stone pelting reported on the statue of Ganesha in Vadodara. Eggs were thrown on the idol. Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Srinagar today, he honoured the heroic jawans of Operation Mahadev. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. As far as Trump's tariff are concerned, now India is planning to outreach program in 40 nations to push textile export amid the 50% US tariff. And India is planning dedicated outreach program in 40 countries, and that includes United Kingdom, Japan, South Korea to push the textile exports amid a 50% tariff imposed by the United States on the Indian products. Now, India is planning this in as many as 40 countries is what we are learning. Other nations include Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Poland, Canada, Mexico, Russia, Belgium, Turkey, and also UAE. We're learning Australia will also be reached out to as far as India is concerned. So, as many as 40 countries will be outreached by India in each of these 40 markets. This is the proposed in fact, to pursue a targeted approach, positioning itself as a reliable supplier. So this is, in fact, the global plan of India after the 50% tariff by the United States is concerned. India is planning to outreach programs in as many as 40 nations to push for the textile exports. And this comes after, in fact, tariff has been imposed on the textile and apparel industry as well. And because of which several areas and several traders in our country are going to be affected, and that includes traders in Noida, Gurugram, Bengaluru, Ludhiana and Jaipur. And we're learning that because of this, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Mexico and several other countries will be gaining because of this tariff that has been imposed on India. And to counter that, now India will be planning to reach out to 40 nations, and that includes UK, Japan, Germany, Spain, Canada, Mexico and Russia. Let me go across to my colleague Pranav, who joins us for more on this. Pranav, do tell us about this global outreach by India as far as reaching out to 40 countries are concerned to counter the trade tariff that has been imposed by Donald Trump. But this is specific to in fact, the textile industry is what we're learning.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, a trade body, in fact, today warned that the tariffs could significantly cause a damage to India's exports. If you just look at the number, it's about 48 billion. That's what the total, this thing of the amount of trade that is going to be hit because of Donald Trump's tariffs. Now, to counter that, India has announced that it will reach out to about 40 countries, and a collective trade to these countries is about 540 billion. So, it's obviously a push to counter the deficit that we may incur because of the 50% tariff that has been imposed on about $48 billion trade by Donald Trump.
Absolutely. So this is, in fact, a big outreach by the country to 40 nations to counter the tariff that Donald Trump has imposed. But Pranav, we're learning that many industries in India will be affected because of the tariff on textile, and that includes the ones in Noida and Gurugram as well. Put that into perspective for our viewers.
Well, basically the thing is, whichever sectors are labor intensive, they are the ones that are going to be affected. As we already know, India hasn't granted access to US, to agriculture and other related fisheries, for example, other sectors. So those sectors of India which are heavily dependent on exporting to the US, primarily labor intensive sectors and textile, pose a threat. The total trade between India and US is pegged at around 65 billion, out of which, if you consider the exemptions such as pharma, the trade that is likely to be affected is about 48 billion. And these are the sectors, textile primarily being one of them.
Absolutely. Many sectors are going to be affected, but India has maintained that it will not back down. Thank you so much, Pranav, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. The 25% additional tariff on India imposed by US President Donald Trump over the purchase of Russian oil has come into effect from today at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. And this takes the total percentage of the tariff imposed on Indian imports to 50%. President Donald Trump-led administration has termed India's continued purchase of Russian war machine, and in fact, Washington has said that President Trump had applied aggressive economic leverage, including secondary tariff on India, to make it harder for the Russians to get rich from the oil trade. But viewers, India has stood firm. Prime Minister has given a stern message to US that India will not compromise with the interests of the farmers and the small businessmen, and that for us, the national interest is paramount. Listen in.
I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? Yep. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn, your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा।
And for more on this, let me bring in economist Akash Jindal. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. The 25% additional tariff has kicked in today from 9:30 a.m. in the morning. What effect do you think it will have on the economy? Because there are several traders who are saying that there will be no impact. How do you see this? Because there are several areas, for example, jewelry, gold, there's textile as well, that will be facing the brunt. How do you see this? Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
India has already been preparing for it 1 month ago. We are already having...
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir, please.
Is my voice reaching?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Yeah. See, the impact on India is not going to be anything more than psychological, because India has already prepared for this. We have already done trade deals with many countries like UK, European countries, and many other countries are in pipeline. Plus, we are going to have massive business with China, Russia, Japan. So the impact on India is going to be merely psychological, short term. Plus, what America has forgotten is India has the most powerful domestic demand amongst any other country. Our domestic economy, our domestic demand, our domestic consumption is very, very strong. We are not China, who is dependent on export. We are primarily dependent on domestic economy. And to boost domestic consumption, we are already in the process of reducing GST by giving away 2 slabs. So there would be only 2 slabs of GST going ahead. That's what the government is planning. That's how, since it's a price-sensitive market, demand would increase in India, consumption in India would increase, so the GDP impact, whatever short-term is going to be neutralized. Our GDP is rather going to grow, our income tax collections are going to grow, our employment is also going to grow, because see, we have a track record. In the past 5 years, post-corona, there has been slowdown in the entire global economy, but since India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and his team, they have maintained India as the fastest growing economy amongst bigger nations. So we have already been through all these sorts of negative news. During all these negativities, India has able to maintain itself as the fastest growing economy. Now also, when the tariff story was announced in April, that quarter also, January to March of 2025, India had the fastest growing GDP. 7.4%. Let me compare it with US. US in that quarter had minus 0.3%. Japan has minus 0.2%. 2023 and 2024, Germany, third biggest economy and Europe's biggest economy, was in negative GDP growth. So we have already seen Russia-Ukraine war. We have already seen many geopolitical issues. We have already seen post-corona slowdown. All were threats for the global economy, including India. But India, in spite of all odds, have been growing at the fastest pace amongst major economies. Not only GDP growth, GST collection also. April 2025, let me give you data, 2.36 lakh crore, again a record. Income tax collection, 16th March 2025, we had a 16% jump. So now we are going to diversify our global trade. We are going to look much, not the only consumer. There's the entire world. So we are going to broad base our exports to many countries. We are going to have huge ties with China. We are going to sell a lot to Russia, plus Japan, plus many of the African countries. So what would happen is ultimately these tariffs are not maintainable and sustainable as far as US is concerned. Let me tell the viewers what these tariffs mean for US. Firstly, inflation in US has already increased because of this tariff. Unemployment in US has already increased because of this tariff. GDP growth has already been compromised in US because of this tariff. There are so many places in US where people are doing protests against these tariffs because these tariffs are going to harm maximum the US economy. So US, if we make a chart of the tariffs which they have announced and which they have levied since April, they have announced a lot of tariffs, but they have taken U-turn, suspended, kept in abeyance. This time also, I am sure, going ahead, my prediction is that these tariffs are not going to last long because US economy, which is already in slowdown, is going to be severely impacted by these tariffs. See, people have to understand. Now, what I want to explain our dear viewers is on whom these tariffs have been imposed. These tariffs have been imposed on the US importer. So what it would mean is that if a US consumer were buying something for $10, now he'll be buying the same thing for $15. So US would be increasing the inflation of its own citizens. Plus, the other thing which US was buying as raw material for its industrialists, that raw material would become costlier, increasing the cost of industry in US, which would slow down the industry there. It means that more unemployment would happen in US. The US economy is going to bear the brunt of these tariffs as far as India is concerned. In spite of all odds, in the past 5 years, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, we have been the fastest growing economy. US itself should look at its own data. After the start of Russia-Ukraine war, US had 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, minus GDP growth. That technically means recession. Plus, US after start of Russia-Ukraine war, there's a concept called debt ceiling. The maximum amount which US government can borrow. They had to suspend the debt ceiling in order to
India stands firm that there will be no effect on the economy of the India. It is the US economy that will be affected. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. And meanwhile, the MOS of Ministry of External Affairs has also issued a statement stating that Indian economy is growing strong, resilient, and New Delhi will match and meet these coming challenges. Listen in.
Our economy is very strong. Our industries are very strong. We will definitely not let our countries suffer or our population suffer. We will study what is going to happen, but we are taking appropriate steps that it does not harm our economy. And let me assure you that the strength of our economy will carry us through these times. There's not going to. Very definitely, Honorable Prime Minister is going there. And you see, the world is always changing. The political climate, the investment climate, the business, it always changes. And we are well prepared to meet up with any eventuality. Our economy, like I said, is growing, it's strong, resilient, and we will, of course, match and meet these coming challenges. Our concern is our energy security, and we will continue to purchase energy sources from whichever country that benefits us.
Meanwhile, Rajnath Singh, our defense minister, has said that India is leaving a mark of one of the most reliable exporters in the entire world. Listen in to what he said.
It is also clear from this that even in the future, in any conflict, we will not have to rely only on traditional means, but we will have to keep pace with technological advancement continuously. At the same time, I believe that the component of the self-reliance in the defense sector is one of the most important components. If we talk about self-reliance, especially in the field of the defense manufacturing, then I would like to say that India has embarked on a historic journey. We are once counted among the world's largest importers, but today, on the path of the self-reliant India, we are making a place among the reliable exporters of the world. Today, our indigenous platforms, light combat aircraft Tejas, advanced towed artillery gun systems, Akash missile systems, and indigenous aircraft carrier are giving a message to the world that India's technology and quality are now standing at world-class standards. This confidence and strength are due to our scientists, our industry, and our leadership. Today, we are making all the equipment in our country that we used to import. You will also be very happy to know that now we have taken another step forward in the direction of making fifth-generation fighter aircraft. Now we are moving fast in the direction of making jet engines in India itself.
And even former Foreign Secretary Harsh Singla also said that India must find alternative markets to minimize the impact caused by the additional tariff by the United States. Listen in.
Hopeful that we will find ways to conclude a satisfactory, mutually beneficial free trade agreement with the United States early rather than late. And that would certainly take us to the next step of the visit of President Trump to India, a meeting of the Quad leaders, and I think really setting us back on track.
And let's listen in to some reactions across the country on the trade tariff that has been imposed by the United States. Listen in.
So in the immediate term, of course, this means loss of some exports for us, especially from my sector in the electronic sector, whereas mobile phones and some specific equipment is out of the purview of these duties. So those will continue, fortunately. But there are several components, power systems, solar panels, which will be now subject to a 50% duty, which really means that we lose out on that business. Not only to competing countries like China, but also to Thailand and Vietnam, where the duties are only about 16%. So 19%, sorry. So we were 6% anyway, and now it's 31%. So we lose that business. But I think I'd like to shift from that immediate thing, which everybody knows, and say, how should we look at this? As an industry, and I think as the government of India, we are looking at this, and from a CIS perspective, we are looking at this as another 1991 kind of opportunity. We had a crisis then, and we did some very bold reforms, and we are now seeing the fruits of those reforms. We need to take.
टैरिफ हमारे पे कितना, हमारे पे नहीं लगेगा टैरिफ, तो खैर हमारा तो जीएसटी का है, 3% का मसला है, बट हम तो ये चाहते हैं कि हमारी जीएसटी कम कर दी जाए, तो उससे व्यापार के अंदर हमारा बहुत फ़र्क पड़ जाएगा। और आप देख रहे होंगे कि कितना सोना चांदी इतना महंगा हो गया, 50-40 हज़ार रुपये से सोना, 1,03,000 रुपये सोना हो गया, 1,20,000 रुपये चांदी हो गई है। आदमी कैसे अफोर्ड कर पाएगा उसको? छोटी सी ज्वेलरी है, आज वो 2,000 रुपये की पायल लेने आता है, वही पायल आज उसको 6,000 रुपये की पड़ रही है। कहाँ से अफोर्ड करेगा वो? उसके पास भी इतना व्यापार नहीं है, बिजनेस नहीं है, छोटे कस्बे के लोग भी हैं, बड़ा जो है वो भी आजकल इतना अफोर्ड नहीं कर पा रहा, उसको भी आज धंधा नहीं है, तो वो भी जैसे आपने टेरिस के लिए बोला, तो उनके लिए टेरिस पे उनको पड़ता होगा उनके ऊपर, बट हमारे पर टेरिस का मसला नहीं है।
And now shifting our focus to devastation in Jammu and Kashmir, we are learning that 26 BSF personnel and 50 civilians are trapped in the aftermath of the heavy rainfall and landslides in Jammu. The army has launched extensive search operation in the flood-affected areas and deploying multiple columns and helicopters to evacuate the stranded personnel there. Those are the visuals in fact coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the incessant rainfall has caused havoc across several districts, causing landslides, flash floods, road caves-in and house collapses across multiple districts there. The most affected is Kishtwar, Kathua and Jammu, and these are the visuals coming in from there. More than 31 people have lost their life in Vaishno Devi shrine collapse. A massive landslide near the Vaishno Devi shrine killed many people, prompting suspension of the visit as well. Train services have also been affected. The network services are also not working there, is what we are learning. Relief operations are currently underway. And in fact, now thousands have been evacuated. Listen in to this ground report that has been sent by my colleague Goswami.
right now we are in the Gadkhal area where the rescue and the relief operations are underway to get these BSF personnel that are still trapped in the area. There are 26 BSF personnel and 50 civilians for which this massive rescue and relief operation was launched by the district administration, J&K police, along with the teams of the NDRF and the SDRF in the area. The senior officials of the J&K police as well as the district administration are here at the spot. I am joined by the additional deputy commissioner of Jammu, ADM Sher Singh. Sir, किस तरह से रिलीफ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार यहाँ पर चल रहा है सर?
बेसिकली इस लोकेशन पे अराउंड 75 से 80 लोग के आसपास ट्रैप हुए हैं, जिसमें सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के लोग हैं, हमारे बीएसएफ के और सिविलियन हैं, जिनको रेस्क्यू कराने के लिए अभी 2 जगह पे ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। एक ये वाली लोकेशन है और एक इससे कोई 200 मीटर नीचे है जहाँ बीएसएफ के लोग जो हैं वो ट्रैप हुए हैं, उनको निकाला जा रहा है। इसमें जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सिविलियन जो यहाँ के कुछ लोग जो दरिया के आसपास रहते हैं और एनडीआरएफ की हेल्प ली जा रही है, जो लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है। अभी यहाँ 10 के आसपास लोगों को निकाला है, कुछ लोग और भी हैं।
कुछ लोग अभी यहाँ पर और भी हैं। डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन लगातार इन्हें यहाँ निकाल रही है। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, पुलिस और सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन दोनों यहाँ पर जो है लगातार यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं। आगे के इलाके में किस तरह के हालात हैं?
देखिए, यहाँ से लेकर कम से कम 1 किलोमीटर का एरिया जो है इससे अफेक्टेड हुआ है और अभी जो हमारे लिए जो मेन प्रायोरिटी है वो सिविलियन हमारे हैं और साथ ही में कुछ बीएसएफ के लोग जो हैं वो फंसे हुए हैं। जैसे आपको एडीसी साहब ने बताया कि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंटिन्यूसली चल रहा है, उसमें हमारी एसडीआरएफ, हमारी लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, लोकल जहाँ के लोग और लोकल पुलिस जो है सारे जो हैं वो लगे हुए हैं इस कार्य के लिए। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि हम जल्द से जल्द, थोड़ा मौसम भी साफ हुआ है और ये जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है हम जल्दी जो है वो कंप्लीट कर लेंगे।
सर, नीचे वाले गाँव का क्या हालात हैं जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास गाँव?
देखिए, हर तरफ जो है वो थोड़ा सा माहौल टेंसी है, लेकिन अभी जो है वो पानी का बहुत थोड़ा कम हुआ है। कम से कम 2-3 फीट जो पानी है वो कम हुआ है, उस वजह से जो है पानी का जो बहाव है वो भी कम हो रहा है और जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो हमारा और जो है अग्रेसर जो है वो हो रहा है।
अगर सर लगातार हो रहा है, द ऑपरेशन इज बीइंग इंटेंसिफाइड, द सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स इंक्लूडिंग द एसपी रूरल, द डेप्यूटी एसपी ऑफ द अखनूर एंड ऑल अदर ऑफिशियल्स फ्रॉम द सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन.
These are the visuals coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where incessant rainfall has caused havoc across several districts. In the last 2 days, we have seen landslides, flash floods, road caves in, house collapses. Multiple bridges have also collapsed in Jammu and Kashmir, is what we can see through the visuals as well. Now, at least more than 31 people have lost their life in fact, Vaishno Devi as well. We have breaking news coming in. As far as the flood-like situation in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, over 20 civilians are trapped in a river, Chenab, as water flows over the danger level in Akhnoor. Civilians trapped in fact, one of the areas in Akhnoor there. Indian Army, J&K police have launched the rescue operation, and we'll try and connect with the reporters who are there at the spot. But this is very concerning news that is coming in. As far as the nature's fury in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, over 20 civilians are trapped in River Chenab, and the rescue operation is underway. The water flow is over the danger mark in Chenab River, and because of that, in the last 24 hours, we have seen how the rivers have swelled. There is, in fact, the Tavi River in Jammu is also above the danger mark, and this is the incident that is coming in from Akhnoor in Jammu and Kashmir, where 20 civilians are trapped in river. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's tracking every little detail of this story. Gursimran, tell us about what is happening there in Akhnoor, because we're learning that 20 people are trapped in the river.
Right now we are in the Akhnoor, where a massive rescue operation has been launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army in the Lalidabag area, where over 20 civilians have been trapped. It is being said that 26 is the number that the civilians, they were trapped in the area, and now the civilians are being brought back. At first instance, they are being brought back using the boat that has been brought in by the Indian Army that has been deployed here, and then they are being made to cross this place where he is the.
All right, we'll try and reconnect with our reporter Gursimran there. The network is also patchy in Jammu and Kashmir, is what we're learning. But 20 civilians are trapped in Chenab River as we speak, and the rescue operation is currently underway. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the fresh twist in the Nikki dowry murder case. Sister-in-law has claimed a dowry harassment by Nikki's family.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल।
ये रंग दे,
ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party's slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members, who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003. This is Saddam.
When honor fails, who will stand for justice? Burnt alive for choosing freedom. Who stands with Nikki? Is real India ready to accept women who defy patriarchy? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party's slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members, who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003. This is Saddam Hussein, the epitome of a dictator. His power was absolute. Fear was methodical. Dissent met with brutality. Now fast forward to 2025 America. Is there a disturbing echo in the halls of power? Let's explore whether dictator Trump is more than just rhetoric.
To a country. We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that it's America, and we're willing to die to protect it. Every soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Guardian, and Coast Guardsman, each of us commits our very life to protect and defend that document, regardless of personal price.
Since returning to office, Trump has carried out an unprecedented purge across government. In February 2025, U.S. archivist Colleen Shogan was fired, followed by Gwen Wilcox of the National Labor Relations Board, who is now suing the administration. Former Trump ally Brian Hook was dismissed via Truth Social, while Mark Milley, long critical of Trump, was stripped of his council seat and security clearance. Keisha Lance Bottoms and Chef Jose Andres were both sacked from presidential councils for not fitting the MAGA vision. Trump even tried to oust Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, who refused, and terminated Mike McCanns from the SBA. The sweep expanded to 8 senior FBI officials and at least a dozen inspectors general. Then came the military. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired DIA Chief Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz, Vice Admiral Nancy LaCour of the Navy Reserve, and Rear Admiral Jamie Sands of Naval Special Warfare. Observers warn this is no routine reshuffle. It is a purge where loyalty to Trump outweighs loyalty to the Constitution. Then came a direct assault on the media. On August 25, 2025, President Trump lashed out on Truth Social, calling ABC and NBC an arm of the Democrat Party and accusing them of delivering 97% bad stories about him. He demanded the FCC revoke their licenses or charge them hefty fees, despite the FCC only...
Welcome back, friends. The 25% additional tariff on India imposed by US President Donald Trump over purchase of Russian oil has come into effect from today. This takes the total percentage of tariffs imposed on Indian imports to the United States to 50. Exclusive Baba Ramdev on US tariff, but India stands firm. Let's listen to what Baba Ramdev had to say. Remember, he runs a huge FMCG company also under the Patanjali brand, and how through him India sees those tariffs.
टैरिफ का जवाब देने के लिए तो भारत को एक सप्ताह में अमेरिका अपनी औकात में आ जाएगा या भारत के सामने नतमस्तक साष्टांग दंडवत प्रणाम करने लग जाएगा यदि भारत के लोग दृढ़तापूर्वक एप्पल से लेकर के मैकडॉनल्ड से लेकर के कोका-कोला पेप्सी से लेकर के जितने भी एडिडास प्यूमा नाइकी जो भी अमेरिकन ब्रांड्स हैं अलग अलग उसकी पूरी एक लिस्ट जारी कर दें। मैं तो कहता हूँ सारे मीडिया चैनल वालों को ना जितने भी अमेरिकी ब्रांड्स हैं अमेरिकी कंपनी है उनका सबका लिस्ट जारी कर दो आप लोग और उसमें सारे देश को कोई भी मैकडॉनल्ड के काउंटर पर खड़ा हुआ KFC सबवे जितने भी अमेरिका के ब्रांड्स हैं उनके काउंटर पर कोई आदमी नहीं दिखाना चाहिए। एप्पल के शोरूम पर कोई आदमी नहीं दिखाना चाहिए। सब लोगों को एक जैसे कहते हैं ना पूरे गौरव के साथ जैसे हमने अंग्रेजों भारत छोड़ो था ना ऐसे अमेरिकन कंपनियों का बाइकाट करना पड़ेगा। जब ऐसा बाइकाट शुरू हो जाएगा ना तो खुद अमेरिका में ट्रंप पर इतना प्रेशर आ जाएगा। अभी भी वहाँ बहुसंख्यक लोग शायद 50% से ज़्यादा लोग तो अब उसके विरोध में आकर के खड़े हो गए। तो इससे फिर उसकी हिम्मत नहीं होगी उसको अपने कदम वापस लेने पड़ेंगे जैसे चाइना के खिलाफ उसको वापस लेना पड़ा। तो भारत का आज इस ताकत में भारत को कोई नकार नहीं सकता। 150 करोड़ का देश है इतना बड़ा बाजार है उपभोक्ता की दृष्टि से भी देखें तो। और भारत को ये तो बात सही है कि साबुन शैम्पू टूथपेस्ट क्रीम पाउडर से लेकर के हर चीज में कुछ भी हम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं जिंदगी में 100% स्वदेशी का आग्रह तो रखना ही चाहिए। देश का पैसा देश में रहे देश की सेवा में लगे। इतना वैभवशाली देश जिस भारत को विदेशी आक्रांताओं ने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से लेकर के मुगलों से लेकर के $100 ट्रिलियन से ज्यादा की तो जहां लूट हुई जो कुछ पूरे आज जितना पूरी दुनिया के पास दौलत तो उतनी अकेले भारत के पास दौलत थी। इतना महान देश यदि नीचे उसका पतन हुआ और जो हमें आज की अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जो बुरे दिन देखने पड़े उसका कारण ये रहा कि हमने दृढ़ता से चीजों का मुकाबला नहीं किया।
लेकिन स्वामी जी क्या बाजार हमारे पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं इस टैरिफ के लगने के बाद?
देखो ऐसा है एक स्वाभिमान चाहिए कुंठाएं निकाल दो और ऐसा दृढ़ता के साथ कि नहीं अब तो अमेरिका को धराशायी करके छोड़ना है। जिस दिन ये संकल्प जाग जाएगा ना उस दिन अमेरिका अपनी हैसियत में अपनी औकात में आ जाएगा। वो हमें हमारी औकात हैसियत दिखाने की कोशिश नहीं करेगा।
अच्छा प्रधानमंत्री के स्वदेशी वाले संकल्प को यहाँ पर कितना जोर मिलेगा?
वो तो बहुत जरूरी है। देखो स्वदेशी का आंदोलन भारत में स्वाधीनता के आंदोलन के साथ ही शुरुआत हुई 1905 में। आज 120 वर्ष हो गए इस आंदोलन को, लेकिन बीच में लोगों को ऐसा लगता था अरे इन विदेशों के सामने कौन खड़ा होगा। पतंजलि ने वो काम भी करके देखा है। पतंजलि स्वदेशी की प्रेरणा बना, स्वावलंबी आत्मनिर्भर भारत की प्रेरणा बना, और इसके बिना देश बढ़ता भी नहीं। आपको 100% दृढ़ता के साथ, प्रामाणिकता के साथ रिसर्च हो, इनोवेशन हो, इन्वेंशन हो, जितने भी युग धर्म के आवश्यकताएं हैं, उन आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप आपको अपने आप को घड़ना पड़ेगा। भारत पूरे वर्ल्ड का एजुकेशन हब बन सकता है, पूरे विश्व को शिक्षा की सेवाएं, स्वास्थ्य की सेवाएं, पूरे विश्व को अलग अलग प्रकार के उत्पाद, पूरे दुनिया के फूड सिक्योरिटी, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में भारत पूरे दुनिया में डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स, इन सब की पूर्ति करने के हमारे पास साधन है। हमारे पास सस्ती लेबर भी है, हमारे पास में रिसोर्सेज भी है, नेचर का भी बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद भगवान ने भारत को दिया हुआ है। तो हर दृष्टि से भारत एक सक्षम राष्ट्र है और उसको अपनी भूमिका वैसे निभानी चाहिए।
भारत की रूस से अटूट दोस्ती, चीन के साथ बढ़ती नजदीकियां, ये कितनी कारगर साबित होंगी इस टैरिफ बम के?
भारत, चाइना, रसिया और मिडिल ईस्ट के भी कुछ देश भारत के दोस्त हैं। इसमें यूरोप के भी कुछ देश एक साथ मिल गए तो एक नया न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर तैयार हो जाएगा, एक नया परिप्रेक्ष्य और ऐसी ताकत खड़ी हो जाएगी। एक दिन में डॉलर आधा आ सकता है। आज जो 85-90 के पास घूम रहा है ना, सीधा धड़ाम से गिर करके 45-50 पे आएगा। ये हो सकता है क्योंकि अमेरिका ने वर्ल्ड बैंक, IMF, WTO, तमाम तरह की UNO, अलग अलग जो संस्थाएं, उन पर एक आधिपत्य जो जमाया हुआ है, उसको तोड़ने के लिए केवल और केवल भारत में एकजुटता चाहिए, एक साहस और चाहिए, वो होगा।
स्वामी जी का आखिरी सवाल, ऐसा नहीं लगता कि अमेरिका ने अपने पैर पे खुद कुल्हाड़ी मारा है? क्योंकि जब भारतीय प्रोडक्ट अमेरिका में महंगे होंगे तो जाहिर सी बात है कि वहां के भी बाजार पर
विद्रोह होगा, बाजार में भी विद्रोह होगा। और भारत के लिए तो पूरी दुनिया के बाजार खुले हुए हैं। भारत तो ये अमेरिका से हुई घाटे की क्षतिपूर्ति दूसरे देशों के साथ व्यापार करके कर लेगा, अमेरिका अपनी जो है क्षतिपूर्ति कैसे करेगा? तो ये एक मूर्खतापूर्ण निर्णय है, लेकिन जल्दी सबक सीखना देंगे।
All right, Baba Ramdev also talking about a new world order in the aftermath of the Trump tariffs. Staying with this story, we have Minister of State in the Ministry of External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh, there speaking to Republic, and he said that Indian economy is growing strong, resilient, and New Delhi will match and meet these coming challenges. That's Maoist in the Ministry of External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh. Speaking on tariffs, let's listen to him.
So the entire global financial dynamics are currently being reshaped amid the tariff, being imposed by US. How do you view this? How India plans to mitigate as far as this tariff is concerned?
We are all aware of what is happening, and as far as these tariffs go, they are totally unjustified and unfair. India will continue to safeguard the interests of our 140 billion population. We will continue to explore markets for our energy needs. We will continue to follow our policies as before. And our economy is growing, our economy is strong, and our economy is resilient. And we will definitely look at other areas, other regions, other countries and continents for mutual benefit and growth. Africa is one such area, one such region. It's a very important continent to us, has always been. This is the 20th year of our CIA conclave, and our bilateral trade has crossed the $100 billion mark with Africa, and it will continue to grow at a faster and faster pace. Every country now looks at reliance, at self-reliance, at being not subject to such temporary changes and disturbances. We will continue to engage with African countries to build even stronger relations, stronger business contacts, stronger business trade.
So how do you see the recent bolstering of ties between India and Russia as far as buying Russian oil is concerned? Of course, India looks at carrying the trade with Russia as of now?
As I mentioned earlier, we will continue to explore all markets for our energy needs.
All right, from tariffs to this story which has been in the headlines for the last couple of days from Noida, the dowry death case of Nikki, and it has in fact now taken a dramatic turn with fresh allegations surfacing against the victim Nikki's family itself. Nikki Bhatti, her sister-in-law Meenakshi, estranged wife of Nikki's brother Rohit, has now alleged that she too faced dowry harassment by Nikki's family or her in-laws. The dispute remained unresolved, with Meenakshi alleging that Nikki and her family harassed her and kicked her out of the house, because of which she has now been living with her own parents for the last year and a half. Almost the similar allegations that were made by Nikki's family against her in-laws now being made against Nikki's family also, Nikki's brother also. Akhil joins us live from outside the residence of the Pailas in Greater Noida. And Akhil, the story seems to be turning on its head now. What are the facts that you have gathered on the ground there?
Well, Abhishek, if you see, this is a classic Bollywood story because it's a story of betrayal. One, because the extramarital affair is at the very center of it. Second, it's a story of greed because both the families have been constantly demanding money. And it's a story of domestic violence as well, because in both the cases, what we have been getting the information that in Nikki Bhatti's case as well and in Meenakshi's case as well, at both the places, domestic violence took place. So in this very case, right now, I'm joined by Meenakshi's brother. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए कि आपकी बहन जो है उसकी शादी भाटी फैमिली में, प्याला फैमिली के अंदर हुई थी. कब शादी हुई थी? फरवरी के महीने में 2016?
फरवरी 2016 में, 16 फरवरी 2016 में.
आपकी जो बहन है वहाँ कितने साल रही?
वहाँ पर नहीं रही, कोई ऐसी 2-2.5 महीने रही होगी. बाकी 2 साल के लिए आती थी, 2.5 साल के लिए आती थी, 1 साल के लिए आती थी, वो छोड़ जाते थे.
जब आपने मीनाक्षी की शादी की तो आपने कितना जहेज दिया उस वक्त?
हमने करीबन 45-50 लाख की शादी करी थी.
क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप? 45-50 लाख रुपए की
शादी करी थी हमने.
अच्छा, जहेज में क्या क्या दिया था आपने?
दहेज में हमने सियाज गाड़ी थी, 31 तोले सोना था और सब चीज़ थी.
31 तोले सोना?
जी जी. और सियाज गाड़ी थी.
और कैश कितना दिया था?
कैश 2.5 लाख था.
अच्छा, अब एक नया टर्न आता है. अगस्त 21 को एक घटना घटती है जिसके अंदर निक्की भाटी की जो है का देहांत हो जाता है. तो उसमें अभी पुलिस जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है कि वो सुसाइड है या फिर मर्डर का केस है. अभी ये बताइए कि जो फैमिली है निक्की भाटी की, वो लगातार इस बात को कह रही है कि हम जो है वो विक्टिम है, हमें ऑप्रेस किया गया, हमें परेशान किया गया. आपकी बहन भी उस घर में ब्याही हुई थी, ठीक है? आप कह रहे हैं कि आपकी बेटी को उस घर में परेशान किया जा रहा था. तो हम सच किसे माने, दुनिया सच किसे माने? वो फैमिली झूठ बोल रही है या ये फैमिली झूठ बोल रही है?
पास की फैमिली झूठ बोल रही है. कैसे? ये दहेज ये मांगते हैं, वो दहेज नहीं मांगते. सिरसा
क्या क्या मांगा गया?
दहेज पे हमसे एक बार 5 लाख रुपए ले गए, एक बार 2.5 लाख रुपए ले गए. ये कई बार केस में पकड़ा गया है. हमने पैसे जब भी दिए इसे छुटाने के लिए रोहित पायला को, भिखारी के लड़के को. बाकी ये दहेज के, ये सिरसा वाले दहेज नहीं मांगते उनसे.
अच्छा, इसमें तो आप पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए? जब मामला इतना तुल पकड़ लिया, इतने बार ये डाउरी की शिकायत बार आ रही थी, तो आप पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं?
पुलिस के पास जब हम अपनी सिस्टर को लेने गए थे तो उन्होंने जाते ही हम पे गोली चला दी थी.
गोली चला दी? किसने गोली चलाई?
रोहित पायला ने.
क्यों?
और मेरे भाई पर. हम वहाँ पर सिस्टर,
कहीं चोट आई थी? क्या हुआ था उस वक्त?
चोट आई थी हमारे पास में सब में.
ये घटना कब की है?
ये 30 जून की 2024.
30 जून 2024 को. तो 30 जून 2024 को जब ये घटना घटी तो आपने कोई FIR दर्ज करवाई इस मामले में?
करवाई थी दादरी थाने में. जी.
अच्छा, इसके बाद दोबारा आपने अपनी बहन को फिर वहाँ भेजा उस घर में या नहीं?
जी नहीं, जब गोली चल गई तो क्या करते, भेज के मरवाते.
तो आपने 9 साल तक बहन को उस घर में भेजा. जब गोली चली उसके बाद आप डरे, उसके बाद आपने दोबारा अपनी बहन को नहीं
भेजा? जी नहीं, बीच में कई बार पंचायतें हुई हैं, पंचायत में लेकर जाते थे वो 2-2 साल में.
तो पंचायत में ये फैसला क्या होता था?
फैसला यही हुआ था जी, सिरसा से जो सतवीर है, इन्होंने बीच में आकर फैसला करवाया था 35 लाख रुपए में. 35-31 में उसमें बड़े बूढ़े गए थे हमारे, हम तो नहीं गए थे. तो उसने वो उठे थे कि पैसा मैं दूंगा रूपास से लेकर के.
पैसा किसके देने की बात हुई थी? कौन देगा?
हमारे जो उसका डाइवोर्स का।
अच्छा, तो अभी जो 1 अगस्त 21 को जो ये सारी घटना होती है, इसमें जो नया टर्न आता है कि निक्की की जो देहांत हो जाती है, उसके बाद कहा जा रहा है निक्की की जो पूरी की फैमिली है वो इल्ज़ाम लगा रही है कि भाटी जो फैमिली है, विपिन भाटी की जो फैमिली है, वो लगातार प्रताड़ित कर रही थी निक्की को और उसकी बहन को इंस्टाग्राम के नाम पे, रील्स बनाने के नाम पे, ब्यूटी पार्लर चलाने के नाम पे। क्या आपकी बहन को, मीनाक्षी को भी परेशान किया गया इस तरीके से?
जी खूब, उन्हें तो फ़ोन भी नहीं चलाने दिया गया था।
कौन नहीं चलाने देता था?
उसके ये पिताजी, भाई, उनके पति, माता, सिस्टर।
अभी थोड़ी देर कबल हमने उससे बात की, आपकी जो सिस्टर है मीनाक्षी से, वो कह रही हैं कि जब भी उनके हाथ में रोहित जो उनका हस्बैंड है फ़ोन देखता था, फ़ोन छीन लेता था।
नहीं, वही देता था फ़ोन में, जैसे हमारे पास में फ़ोन करने के लिए बात दिया करता था अपना फ़ोन, फिर ले लिया करता था बाद में, बस।
तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ जब आप लेकर के आए? तो
उसके बाद में कुछ भी ऐसा कोई वो नहीं है।
अच्छा, आपकी बहन का ये भी कहना है कि मीनाक्षी का कहना है कि रोहित का जो है एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल अफेयर भी चल रहा था किसी के साथ।
जी, वो 3-3 महीने में घर आता है, चलता होगा, ये हमने तो देखा नहीं है। बाकी चलता होगा जब 3-3 महीने बाहर रह रहा है।
लेकिन आपकी बहन को इस मामले में शक था, उस पर लगा
शक था उसे,
इसलिए वो उसके साथ रहना नहीं चाह रही थी, अपने बैके वापस आ गई।
नहीं, वही नहीं रख रहे थे, दहेज के चक्कर में दहेज मंगवाते थे। हम कहाँ से दे, हमारे पिताजी एक्सपायर हो गए 4 साल पहले, वो दे दिया करते थे।
लेकिन निक्की के पिता तो हैं जो बार बार यही बात कह रहे हैं कि जिस वक्त ये दुर्घटना घटी, हम गरीब हैं, हम किसान हैं, हमारे पास पैसे नहीं हैं, लेकिन एक तरफ आप लोग बता रहे हैं ऐसे कि 31 तोला सोना दिया आपने, सियाज गाड़ी दी।
गरीब होते तो वो मर्सिडीज गाड़ी थोड़ी होती उनके पास, स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी है, गरीब है वो।
कौन मर्सिडीज कहाँ से आई, उसके पैसे कहाँ से आते?
अब ये तो वो जाने कहाँ से लेकर आए, फ्रॉड आदमी है वो सारे, लड़का भी बाप भी कई बार जेल जा चुके हैं।
किस मामले में?
ये दादरी उत्तर अधिकारी के यहाँ पे चोरी की थी उसने, रोहित पायला ने, करीबन 6 साल पहले।
तो जिस वक्त आप बेटी दे रहे थे अपने घर की बहन को दिया, उस वक्त कुछ इस बारे में कोई जांच पड़ताल की थी, कुछ आइडिया?
कुछ भी नहीं था, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था उस टाइम।
ऐसा कुछ भी
नहीं।
इसकी कुछ हरकतें इस तरह की थी, शराब पीता है, कुछ नशे में रहता है, नशेड़ी है क्या?
नहीं, नशेड़ी में नहीं देखा हमने कभी ऐसा उसे। बाकी ये चोरी डकैती काफ़ी उसमें कई।
मीनाक्षी ने एक बात और भी कही है बहुत वाज़ेह तौर पे, खुले तौर पे, कि मीनाक्षी की जो दोनों नंदे हैं, कंचन और निक्की, दोनों परेशान क्या करती थी उसको, दोनों
मारते थे, पूरी फैमिली मारती थी उसे। रोहित भी, भिखारी भी, संजू उसकी सासू है मीनाक्षी की, वो भी, देवर भी।
Hey, you see Abhishek, this is the first person account coming from directly Deepak's Bhati, and he is saying that for the last 9.5 years, his sister Meenakshi was living in that very house, and when they troubled her so much, then they decided that Meenakshi could not live in that very house, and after that, since then, for the last 1.5 years, Meenakshi is living with her mother at this very recent where we are standing right now.
Well, clearly then, Akhil, this seems like a case of a societal issue, and the whole society, they are grappling with this. Tables have really turned on the Bhati family now, it seems, and we have to listen to them also. Then we have to ask some questions to them also. I hope you do that there on the ground. Akhil, find the parents of Nikki and speak to them about these allegations. Even as we get to you, friends, a soundbite from the sister-in-law of Nikki. Now, she claimed that she is also a victim and of the same charges which have been made by Nikki's family, because of which Nikki had to die, and the circumstances we have seen on air for the last couple of days. Listen to Nikki's sister-in-law Meenakshi also.
क्या नाम है आपका?
मीनाक्षी भाटी।
मीनाक्षी जी, क्या आपके साथ?
मेरे को दहेज के लिए 9 साल हो गई, मुझे घर से बेघर कर रखा है मेरे ससुराल वालों ने। मुझसे दहेज मांगते हैं, वहाँ पर ले जाते तो मेरे साथ मारपीट करते थे, मुझे मारा करते थे, मेरे भैया पे गोली तक चलाई थी उन्होंने।
आज अपनी बेटी को कैसे
आज
दूसरी बेटी को न्याय नहीं कर सकते, वो उसी के कैसे भोग रहा हो?
हाँ जी, मैं सिर्फ यही कहना चाहूंगी कि जो बाप अपनी बेटी के लिए इंसाफ मांग रहा है, वो दूसरे की बेटी जो पीहर में छोड़ रखी है, जो घर से बेघर कर रखी है, उसे भी इंसाफ दिला दो। पहले उसके लिए सोचो जो 9 साल से कर रखी है, तेरी तो आज हुई है, उस बेटी के लिए भी सोच लो। मेरे सिर पर बाप नहीं है, भैया है मेरे से छोटे हैं, क्या स्थिति होगी मेरी?
कंजूम जो पिता हैं, वो आपसे किस तरह की डिमांड करते थे दहेज की?
डिमांड करते रहते थे वो, कभी 5 लाख रुपए लाओ, कभी 10 लाख रुपए लाओ अपने पापा से, कभी 2 लाख रुपया लेकर आओ। बाप आते तो उनके मुंह भरते रह गए, अब बाप नहीं है तो मुझे हमेशा के लिए छोड़ दिया। जब मुझे लेके तो जाते थे वो 6-6 महीने के लिए, 2-2 साल के लिए छोड़ते थे, तो 6 महीने के लेके पापा के उससे लेके भी जाते थे जब उन्होंने कुछ मिल जावे।
ऐसे भी सुनने में आया कि आपका अबॉर्शन हुआ कई बार।
हाँ जी, मेरी सास ने करवाया था। मुझे ऐसी दवाई देती थी कि ये कुछ दवाई होती है देसी दवाई, जब बच्चे रहते हैं कि सह बदलने की दवाई होती है, वो कि लड़का हो जाएगा लड़की की। क्यों लड़की की अच्छी नहीं लगती? जो आज कह रहा है कि लड़की नहीं रहेंगी,
दवाई कौन देता?
लड़की नहीं रहेंगी तो लड़का कहाँ से आएंगे? उनसे ये पूछो कि आज उस बेटी को भी आप सह बदल की दवाई क्यों देवे?
झूठ बोल के खिलाते,
झूठ बोल के गलत दवाई खवाते थे मुझे। जिस
आपने शादी में कितना पैसा खर्च किया था?
ये 35-40 लाख के करीब खर्च हो गया था।
शादी के समय क्या क्या दिया था आपने?
पापा जी ने बहुत कुछ दिया था, हद से ज्यादा दिया था, जैसे हर कोई बाप अपनी बेटी को देता है। सियाज गाड़ी दी थी, 20-21 तोला सोना दिया था, बाकी सब चीज दी थी जो होती है फर्नीचर वगैरह।
150 जोड़ी कपड़ा।
हाँ जी।
All right, let's move on now and look at some of the stories from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. The Indian Air Force Agniveer Vayu Recruitment Rally 2025 commenced today at the Chau Padia ground in Bayaripada, Odisha, with thousands of young aspirants from 12 states participating. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh highlighted India's Sudarshan Chakra mission during his address, recalling Prime Minister Modi's Independence Day announcement from the Red Fort. Singh highlighted DRDO's recent successful test of the integrated air defence weapon system and high-powered directed energy weapon. The Himachal Pradesh Assembly saw heated scenes on the 8th day of the monsoon session as opposition members accused the Agriculture Produce Marketing Committees of large-scale irregularities in allotting 70 shops in Shimla and Kinnaur. The BJP demanded a judicial probe and walked out of the house dissatisfied with the government's reply. A major drug haul was reported in Assam's Karbi Anglong district where police seized morphine valued at around Rs 11 crores. The contraband weighing 10 plus kgs was recovered late August 26 night during routine patrolling near the Assam-Nagaland border. All right, it's monsoon fury all across the country from Jammu and Kashmir to Himachal to Rajasthan and now Telangana. We're getting pictures of a village submerged due to heavy flooding. Villagers stuck in those waterlogged areas. Dhoop Singh Tanda in Medak district submerged in heavy floods. Villagers you can see in the pictures climbing onto the rooftops to save their lives as their houses get submerged. Some people, 5 people in fact, have also gone missing. The police, after receiving information, have launched a search operation, even as Chief Minister Revant Reddy has alerted the collectors of Kamareddy and Medak districts, or the Chief Minister's office rather, and the districts are receiving heavy rainfall. Chief Minister has directed these pictures from Telangana, and the situation seems grim in those affected districts. Let's look at some other stories.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Indian spinner Ravichandran Ashwin has announced his retirement from Indian Premier League. He took to X and said they say every ending will have a new start. My time as an IPL cricketer comes to a close today, but my time as an explorer of the game around various leagues begins today. Rescue ops are going on in Jammu and Kashmir and Jammu region, specifically C-130 and IL-76 aircrafts have been taking off with NDRF load from Hindon in Delhi, in the Delhi NCR to Jammu, carrying relief and rescue materials. Helicopter assets like Chinook and Mi-17 V5 are active and are taking care of relief and rescue operations in the Jammu region. Delhi government will launch a sterilization and vaccination drive campaign under the Animal Birth Control Rules 2023 after the SC order on stray dogs. The SC has, of course, ordered the stray dogs must be released after sterilization and immunization except those infected with rabies. 78 government vet hospitals and they are there 24 will be converted into vaccination centers. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, the flood situation in the Jammu region of Jammu and Kashmir continues to remain grim. 37 people reported dead. Relief and rescue operations on war footing.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party's slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003. This is Saddam Hussein, the epitome of a dictator. His power was absolute. Fear was methodical. Dissent met with brutality.
When honor fails, who will stand for justice? Burnt alive for choosing freedom, who stands with Nikki? Is real India ready to accept women who defy patriarchy? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
On July 22, 1979, Saddam Hussein conducted a public purge of the Ba'ath Party leadership in a theater hall, suspecting a pro-Syrian plot. He calmly asked how to deal with traitors, suggesting the sword, and instructed named individuals to stand, recite the party's slogan, and leave to their execution. One man protested his innocence but complied. After calling 68 names, Saddam thanked the remaining members who responded with relief and a standing ovation. This event, part of the 1979 Ba'ath Party purge, showcased Saddam's ruthlessness and consolidated his power, setting a precedent for his authoritarian rule until 2003. This is Saddam Hussein, the epitome of a dictator. His power was absolute. Fear was methodical. Dissent met with brutality. Now fast forward to 2025 America. Is there a disturbing echo in the halls of power? Let's explore whether dictator Trump
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Viewers, we start with the top story on the schedule today's Trump tariff war. Viewers, India is all set. The tariffs have kicked in. We'll give you a breakdown on the impact and how India is ready for that. Also, story number 2 is the deadly floods in Jammu. Viewers, several pilgrims over on the Vaishno Devi Yatra route have lost their lives. The rescue operations have been expedited. And story number 3 is coming in from Gujarat's Vadodara, where eggs were hurled at the Ganpati idol. An attempt to create communal disharmony being reported there. The next story will be the multi-crore Aam Aadmi Party hospital scam in the national capital. The political face-off is also now escalating. And story number 4 is the story from Srinagar, where Amit Shah, the Home Minister, honoured the heroes of Operation Mahadev, those who avenged the Pahalgam attack. And also another case of hit and run is coming in from the national capital. We'll tell you about that as well. But let's start with the Trump tariff war, viewers. Donald Trump's 50% tariffs have kicked in, the 25% penalty for Russian oil that are now being levied. And we are now going to show you a report to get you a breakdown of what really to expect, viewers, because India clearly is saying that bring it on Trump. That is the message being sent out right from the top leadership of the country to the others, viewers. India is a growing, formidable economy, and India will not compromise on national interest, come what may.
US President Donald Trump's new tariff rate of 50% has kicked in. A 25% tariff was already in place. Another 25% has been slapped starting today. All because India continued to buy Russian oil. But India isn't backing down. Hours before the new tariffs, Prime Minister Modi sent a stern warning to Washington, D.C. He said that India will not compromise on farmers' interests or the livelihood of small traders. The pressure may mount, but India will not budge.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे। दबाव कितना ही क्यों न आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
With Trump's tariffs kicking in, Indian exports to the United States would likely be affected. The products most at risk owing to Trump's tariffs are textiles, gems and jewelry, shrimp, carpets and furniture. Exporters are bracing themselves for the impact of Trump's tariff. Traders from Surat to Jaipur are already sounding the alarm.
This 50% tariff applies on about 2/3 of Indian exports,
About 30% of the Indian exports are exempted. There will be no tariffs on them. These are petroleum products and smartphones, pharmaceutical products, APIs, etc. So there is no tariff on them. On about 4% of the products, which includes mostly half of our auto component exports to US, they will attract not 50% but 25% tariff.
अमेरिका में अभी हमारे प्रोडक्ट पे टैरिफ 0 से 12% के बीच में अलग अलग कैटेगरी के हिसाब से था. अब हम ये मानते हैं कि वो 50 से 62% हो जाएगा. तो ये होने से हमारे बायर्स ने लगभग सबने हाथ खड़े कर दिए, ईमेल्स भेज दिए, रनिंग ऑर्डर्स भी रोक दिए हैं और आगे भी ऑर्डर नए देने को तैयार नहीं है.
अब टैरिफ जो है ऑन द टॉप ऑफ कस्टम ड्यूटी है. तो टैरिफ अभी जो हमें लग रहा है वो लगभग 66% से लेके 72% तक लग रहा है अलग अलग कैटेगरीज पे. तो बहुत बड़ा फ़र्क है, डेढ़ा फ़र्क है.
फ़र्क पड़ेगा, लेकिन अभी ये टेम्परेरी ही रहेगा सर, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी व्यापारियों के साथ हैं. और ये जो टैरिफ की बातें हो रही हैं ये ज़्यादा दिन नहीं चलेगी. बाकी ज्वेलरी लाइन में तो डिमांड जैसे बढ़ती जाएगी वैसे ही सप्लाई भी होती रहेगी.
फ़र्क तो जो कुछ नहीं है, यही है कि एशिया का बहुत बड़ा ये बाज़ार है, यहाँ फ़र्क पड़ेगा तब पड़ेगा. लेकिन अभी ये जो ये मोदी की इन लोगों की नीतियाँ, इनके ट्रम्प के आए जो मोदी झुकने वाला है नहीं. ठीक है, बाज़ार बहुत बड़ा है, थोड़ा बहुत फ़र्क पड़ेगा.
अगर हमने कोरोना काल काट दिया उससे ज़्यादा दिक्कत क्या आ सकती है. उसमें हम लोग नहीं पीछे हटे, उसमें भी हम लोग बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल थे. और अगर अमेरिका से टैरिफ लगा भी दिया है तो हमें कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है. 19-20 का कवर हम कर लेंगे.
And meanwhile, there is anger on the streets as protests erupted in Uttar Pradesh's Kanpur.
डोनाल्ड ट्रंप राष्ट्रपति बने हैं दोबारा, तब से टैरिफ ही खेल रहे हो. हर जगह टैरिफ लगा रहे हैं, किसी को नहीं छोड़ा. और भारत के साथ लगता है उनकी कुछ व्यक्तिगत कुछ, जब अपने दोस्त को नहीं संभाल पाए, आपने देखा होगा, तो फिर वो किसको क्या करेंगे.
सत्य है कि ये भारत के लिए अवसर हो जाएगा. जब भी कभी किसी के आगे कोई दिक्कत आती है और जब उसको वो पार करता है तो वो उसके लिए अवसर बन जाते हैं. और हमारे व्यापारियों में तो बहुत आक्रोश है, खास करके इसलिए आक्रोश है कि भारत को पॉइंट आउट किया जा रहा है. पूरे विश्व में सब लोग खरीद रहे हैं सामान, उनके ऊपर कुछ नहीं किया जा रहा है.
थोड़ा सा असर पड़ेगा. जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा था माल, जैसे कानपुर से हमारा लेदर जा रहा था, हमारी दक्षिण अगर साउथ की बात करें तो कुछ साड़ियाँ बहुत मात्रा में जाती हैं वहाँ पे, वो सब थोड़ा सा गिरावट होगा. लेकिन कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे पास बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है.
And yet economists say that the big picture remains strong. The International Monetary Fund has upped India's growth projection. The biggest cost of Trump's tariffs is being paid at home. India's economy is projected to remain the fastest growing major economy in the world, with GDP growth rates well above global averages. In short, India's house is in order, and that gives it the room to resist Trump's tariff onslaught without blinking. The coming months will be significant for India's exporters as they adjust to the new US tariff regime. In the end, Trump's trade war may hurt India's exporters, but it is American households that will pay the real price.
Now, viewers, we shift our focus to Jammu, that is being battered by the monsoon fury for the past 2 weeks. At least 30 people, more than 30 people have lost their lives now. Extensive destruction has been reported in Jammu after relentless rainfall triggered flash floods, landslides and cloudbursts. More than 30 of Vaishno Devi pilgrims have lost their lives, and Republic continues to bring you reports from ground zero as the rescue operations continue. Take a look at this detailed report.
Rivers reach the danger level mark. Houses damaged and washed away. Vehicular movement disrupted. People stranded. Life comes to a standstill. Jammu and Kashmir's Jammu region is battered with floods and landslides, causing damage to properties and disruption to normal life. efforts are being made to restore connectivity as soon as possible. In Jammu, 15 to 20 houses have completely washed away by floods. Republic continues to report from flood-affected Jammu, where locals shared their ordeal.
Right now we are in the Gadkhal area where the rescue and the relief operations are underway to get these BSF personnel that are still trapped in the area. There are 26 BSF personnel and 50 civilians for which this massive rescue and relief operation was launched by the district administration, J&K police, along with the teams of the NDRF and the SDRF in the area. The senior officials of the J&K police as well as the district administration are here at the spot. I am joined by the additional deputy commissioner of Jammu, ADM Sher Singh. Sir, किस तरह से रिलीफ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार यहाँ पर चल रहा है सर?
बेसिकली इस लोकेशन पे अराउंड 75 से 80 लोग के आसपास ट्रैप हुए हैं, जिसमें सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के लोग हैं, हमारे बीएसएफ के और सिविलियन हैं, जिनको रेस्क्यू कराने के लिए अभी 2 जगह पे ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। एक ये वाली लोकेशन है और एक इससे कोई 200 मीटर नीचे है, जहाँ बीएसएफ के लोग जो हैं वो ट्रैप हुए हैं, उनको निकाला जा रहा है। इसमें जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और सिविलियन जो यहाँ के कुछ लोग जो दरिया के आसपास रहते हैं और एनडीआरएफ की हेल्प ली जा रही है, जो लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है। अभी यहाँ 10 के आसपास लोगों को निकाला है, कुछ लोग और भी हैं। इन जम्मू's Garkhal, a BSF camp was hit by flash floods in which 26 BSF personnel were trapped along with 50 civilians. In Katra's Vaishno Devi shrine, the disaster struck the route on the hilltop in Riyasi district, killing at least 30 people, while 20 people have been reported injured in the landslide.
Fury of nature has done a large-scale damage to the civilian areas in Jammu. Right now we are reporting from the Javed Nagar area of Jammu, where you will see that how the disruptions and the destruction and devastation that these flash floods and the rising level of river Tavi has brought, that this house, one of the houses, is now only left with a gate and a couple of inches of land, because there used to be a double-story house of some individual that was here, but now it has completely been washed away with the floods, and so is the situation. Around 20 houses, 15 to 20 houses have been damaged in the flash floods that have taken place.
Jammu is witnessing the worst deluge that has claimed the life of at least 65 pilgrims in Kishtwar since August 14. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also chaired a key meeting of top disaster management officials and Jammu Police IG and Divisional Commissioner. The rescue and relief operations are ongoing at a large scale with combined efforts of the NDRF, SDRF, Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Indian Army.
And now, on a shocking turn of events in Vadodara during the Ganpati festival, stones and eggs were pelted on the statue of Lord Ganesha by unruly miscreants in Gujarat's Vadodara. In fact, this has been seen as an attempt to disrupt communal harmony. In a swift action by the city police, they carried out a public parade of the 2 accused. After detaining them, they were in fact arrested for allegedly hurling eggs at Ganpati idol in the Panigate area. They in fact kneeled down and also asked for forgiveness. During the parade, viewers, accused could be seen with folded hands, struggling to walk. They were brought to the incident spot for the reconstruction of the crime. Here's a report.
Extremely shameful, shocking and a sinful offence on Ganesh Chaturthi. Tensions erupted in Vadodara after eggs and stones were thrown at a Ganesh idol in an act of absolute offence. The police acted swiftly and arrested 3 accused within few hours after the incident was reported. The incident took place when Hindu youth were bringing the statue of Ganesha to their home in Vadodara, where the miscreants hurled eggs and stones at the statue of Ganpati in a Muslim majority area. This incident sparked outrage among the local residents and the Hindu organizations. The Hindu organizations demanded strict action against the accused, stating that unless an example is made, such misdeeds may continue in the future. Meanwhile, the police took a strict action against the accused in a recent development. The two accused who were arrested for allegedly hurling eggs at Ganapati idols were made to parade publicly today. During the parade, the two accused could be seen with folded hands struggling to walk as they were brought to the incident site for reconstruction of the crime scene. Both the accused were also seen kneeling down and apologizing with folded hands for their misdeed.
A day after the Enforcement Directorate conducted searches at the premises of former Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj in connection with the alleged hospital construction scam, he has now hit back at the centre, claiming that Delhi's Lieutenant Governor, in fact, Vinay Kumar Saxena, has attempted to frame him through criminal conspiracy. Here's more.
It's a fresh political face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over ED action on Saurabh Bhardwaj.
अगर अब ईडी जो मंत्री नहीं था उन पर रेड करेगी तो क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी पर कोलगेट स्कैम में रेड होगा? उनके कार्यकाल से पहले के घोटाले में क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर 2G घोटाले में रेड होगी? सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है.
The central agency conducted raids on the Aam Aadmi Party leader in the hospital construction scam case. The primary allegation being large-scale embezzlement of public funds. Raids continued for over 12 hours at his residence. Addressing a press briefing today, the AAP leader claimed witch hunt by the BJP.
हेल्थ मिनिस्टर बनते ही ली और जिसमें मैंने अस्पतालों की देरी के लिए डॉक्टरों को कहा कि आप देरी, ये पीडब्ल्यूडी को और इनके जो ये हेल्थ के जो अफसर हैं उनको कहा कि ये देरी क्यों हो रही है, जिसमें मैंने कहा कि इन अस्पतालों को बना के क्या करोगे अगर इसके अंदर स्टाफ ही भर्ती नहीं होगा. तुम हर आदमी को चोर साबित करने में लगे हो. आप अपने देश की नींव को खराब कर रहे हो, आप अपनी जड़ें खराब कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आप किसी आदमी को ये क्रेडिट तक नहीं लेने दे रहे कि वो ईमानदार है. वो कोई क्यों ईमानदार रहेगा इस देश में? क्यों रहेगा? आप मुझे बताइए, आप इस देश को, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैसे बर्बाद कर रही है?
As the Aam Aadmi Party cries vendetta and BJP cries loot, the investigation into the case has opened a new front.
In a strong message to the nation and the enemies, Home Minister Amit Shah today felicitated the brave soldiers of Operation Mahadev. Of course, it's an important gesture as well. Shah said that while Operation Sindoor gave the satisfaction, it was Operation Mahadev that transformed this satisfaction into confidence. Take a look at this report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah today honoured the security personnel who led Operation Mahadev, a decisive counter-terror mission that restored faith in India's fight against cross-border terrorism. Shah said the twin missions, Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev, sent a clear message to terror masterminds. He declared that our soldiers have shown the world that no matter how many tactics terrorists adopt, they can no longer hurt India and escape. This confidence came after a dark chapter. On April 22nd, LET terrorists carried out massacre in Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley, killing 26 innocent tourists. Just weeks later, on May 7th, India struck back with Operation Sindoor. And soon after, Operation Mahadev neutralized 3 Pakistani Lashkar terrorists in Srinagar, the same men who plotted the April 22nd attack. Operation Mahadev began on May 22nd when the Intelligence Bureau cracked encrypted signals used by the terrorists. After 2 months of surveillance and coordination, their hideout near Srinagar was confirmed on July 22nd. In a fierce encounter, the 3 terrorists were eliminated. After a 2-month-long intelligence operation involving the Army, CRPF and Jammu and Kashmir Police. Among them was Suleiman Shah, the mastermind of the Pahalgam massacre. Weapons recovered, an M9 carbine and 2 AK-47s were the very guns used in the killings. During a discussion in Lok Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah highlighted how evidence once again exposed Pakistan's hand. Voter IDs, foreign chocolates and weapons from across the border. He stated the NIA questioned over 1,055 people in 3,000 hours of interrogation, documenting the entire terror network.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, ऑपरेशन महादेव, ये दोनों के लिए जिन सुरक्षा बलों ने भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाया है, वो सभी को मैं हृदय पूर्वक बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने देश की 140 करोड़ की जनता की जो इच्छा थी, उसका प्रतिघोष करते हुए सटीक जवाब देने की दृढ़ राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति बताई। इसके लिए मैं सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं।
Today's felicitation was not just recognition, it was a message that India will bring justice to every terror victim. And Operation Mahadev, Shah said, was not merely an encounter, it was a declaration. A declaration that India will chase every terrorist, every handler and every master across the border and crush them with full force.
Now, a gruesome tragedy unfolded in the industrial area of outer North Delhi. A 16-year-old boy behind the wheel of a car brutally struck and dragged a man to death in a chilling hit-and-run accident. Once again coming in, it's a hit-and-run case. The young victim, a 32-year-old factory worker, was dragged for nearly 600 meters before the driver sped away, and he fled from the scene, leaving him to die. The horrific CCTV footage reveals the shocking details of this crime. Watch this report.
Another day, another horrific hit and run in the national capital. A brutal hit and drag incident in Delhi's Badli industry area has claimed the life of 32-year-old Sujit Mandal. And behind the wheel was a 16-year-old teenager who struck him, dragged him for 600 meters and then sped away, leaving him to die. An incident that has left the entire city reeling. The CCTV footage is nothing short of disturbing. It captures the precise moment of impact. Sujit Mandal is knocked down and pinned behind the vehicle as the car drags him mercilessly across the industrial road. After intense investigation, police traced down the vehicle to the Mandoli and detained the 16-year-old driver. A case of culpable homicide has been filed and the juvenile has been presented before the Juvenile Justice Board. The city is shaken, and so should be every parent and citizen. How many more lives need to be lost before real action is taken to stop underage drivers from getting behind the wheel?
That's all we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Viewers, we'll be right back with more breaking news at 6:30.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। मसाला।
You may also have observed that Operation Sindoor has emerged as a great example demonstrating the success of our indigenous platforms, equipment, and the weapon systems. Its achievements have once again underlined that in the times to come, self-reliance is an absolute necessity. We have indeed made significant progress on the path of self-reliance, but there is still a long way ahead that we must travel. If we talk about self-reliance, especially in the field of the defense manufacturing, then I would like to say that India has embarked on a historic journey. We are once counted among the world's largest importers, but today, on the path of the self-reliant India, we are making a place among the reliable exporters of the world. Today, our indigenous platforms, light combat aircraft Tejas, advanced towed artillery gun systems, Akash missile systems, and indigenous aircraft carrier are giving a message.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
You may also have observed that Operation Sindoor has emerged as a great example demonstrating the success of our indigenous platforms, equipment, and the weapon systems. Its achievements have once again underlined that in the times to come, self-reliance is an absolute necessity. We have indeed made significant progress on the path of self-reliance, but there is still a long way ahead that we must travel. If we talk about self-reliance, especially in the field of the defense manufacturing, then I would like to say that India has embarked on a historic journey. We are once counted among the world's largest importers, but today, on the path of the self-reliant India, we are making a place among the reliable exporters of the world. Today, our indigenous platforms, light combat aircraft Tejas, advanced towed artillery gun systems, Akash missile systems, and indigenous aircraft carrier are giving a message.
Fresh twist in Nikki dowry murder case. Sister-in-law alleges dowry harassment by Nikki's family.
Economy is growing, our economy is strong, and our economy is resilient. And we will definitely look at other areas, other regions, other countries and continents.
MOA Sectional Affairs tells Republic TV, Indian economy is strong and resilient. India plans outreach program in 40 nations to push textiles exports amid 50% US tariffs. Jammu and Kashmir reels under flash floods, landslides, 37 people dead, relief and rescue operations on war footing. Stone pelting reported on the statue of idol of Lord Ganesha on the Mandvi Panigate Road in Vadodara. Eggs were also thrown on the idol, and the police has arrested a couple of culprits. Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Srinagar felicitates heroic Jawans who were part of Operation Mahadev. Welcome back, friends. Days after Sayyida Hamid, the former Congress acolyte, gave a free pass to infiltrators, Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, has issued a stern warning. He said if Sayyida Hamid comes to Assam again, she will be punished under the law. Himanta taking a tough position. Let's listen to him.
I think we should not file any FIR because I think if I file FIR, she will collect contribution from different parts of the country to file the cases and all these things. She will be only enriched. So if she comes back to Assam, we will do whatever is required to be done. So as of now, I am not thinking of any FIR. If some people give FIR, it's a different thing. But if she wants to come back Assam again, she will be handled with due respect, but with as per law and respect of our kind. I mean, every day if you follow my tweets, I am doing that only every day. Yesterday also we pushed back 26 Bangladeshi. So, right from Assam agitation, you will never heard even one Bangladeshi has been pushed back. And it is a fact that Assam and Northeast being used as a corridor. So it cannot be denied. These are authentic information. I think we should not file any FIR because I think if I file FIR, she will collect contribution from different parts of the country to file the cases and all these things. She will be only enriched. So if she comes back to Assam, we will do whatever is required to be done. So as of now, I am not thinking of any FIR. If some people give FIR, it's a different thing. But if she wants to come back Assam again, she will be handled with due respect, but with as per law and respect of our kind. I mean, every day if you follow my tweets, I am doing that only every day. Yesterday also we pushed back 26 Bangladeshi. So, right from Assam agitation, you will never heard even one Bangladeshi has been pushed back. And it is a fact that Assam and Northeast being used as a corridor. So it cannot be denied. These are authentic information.
All right. In fact, in the same interaction, the Assam Chief Minister also shared the latest update on the cleanup drive in the state, the evictions that are going on. In fact, the excise which got Sayyida Hamid interested in Assam in the first place. Just yesterday, the Chief Minister claims his administration pushed back 26 Bangladeshis. Let's listen to him. All right, so Himanta had already spoken about this eviction drive and the manner in which Bangladeshis are pushed back. Anirudh joins us live from Guwahati for more on this. Anirudh, very tough position being taken by Himanta against activist Sayyida Hamid, but also the Chief Minister of Assam is saying that unfazed, they are going to double down on the eviction drive. What's the latest status of both the evictions that are going on and the pushback of Bangladeshis at the border? The Chief Minister said that Assam is increasingly acting as a corridor for the illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators to go into rest of India.
Yes, today we asked the Minister if the state government is planning to launch any FIR against Sayyida Hamid. Then the Chief Minister has confirmed that the state government will not file any FIR, and he also raised apprehension that if the state government files an FIR, then she will only try to, collect sympathy from people around the country, saying that the state has filed an FIR against her. But instead of filing an FIR, if they again come back to Assam, then the state government will be dealing with as per the law of the land. This is what the Chief Minister, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, has said. And on another question raised by Republic, that the Assam has been used by as a corridor by the infiltrators, and particularly, Islamist fundamentalists have been using Assam as a transit route, to which he has confirmed and have said that yes, actions are on, and 26 were pushed back yesterday itself.
Okay, 26 pushed back yesterday itself. It's been a long-going exercise now in Assam, with the Himanta government making it clear that the Bangladeshi infiltrators, the illegals, won't be entertained, whether they are already inside or those who are trying to come in. Moving on for now to Odisha. Cuttack railway station roof collapsed. Train services were disrupted. According to initial reports, the incident occurred around noon when the construction work over platforms number 1 and 2 was in progress. The falling debris from the roof and sections of the upper shed that crashed onto the tracks have led to disruptions in train movement. The pictures speak about the scale of the roof collapse. Almost seems like the entire shed of the platform has come down. And these are pictures from noon. And train services, of course, disrupted in this section of Indian Railways in Odisha, in Cuttack. Okay, moving on to the next one, which is that on completing 100 years, RSS is marking a 3-day lecture series in New Delhi, which is being addressed by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and today is the second day. While speaking on the occasion, the RSS chief has flagged concerns about conversion and the ongoing conversions in the country. He's made a big statement on radicalization also, and said that religions which preach and practice conversions, that's not the right spirit of practicing a religion. He has said that radicalism has increased, and that there would be crackdown on antisocial elements who are trying to disrupt peace and oppose who support radical ideology. Let's listen to him. He is speaking at the Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. We'll get the soundbite of RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat just in a bit. The second day of a 3-day lecture series that he's addressing in New Delhi as part of the overall programs being held across the country to mark 100 years of RSS, which was established in the year 1925 by Kesham Baliram Hedgewar, and the 100 years of RSS found mention in Prime Minister's Independence Day speech also. Himself a former pracharak and with lifelong association with the RSS, and now RSS chief making this outreach to non-RSS members in these lecture series which he's going to have across the country, beginning with New Delhi. It began yesterday, and today is the second day. He has spoken on many things, including how the overall environment is favorable for the RSS to continue to grow. He has said that it's not easy to be an RSS member. It has gone through difficult times and a lot of turbulence and resistance, but now seems an amenable era, obviously maybe because the BJP is in power. Let's listen to what RSS chief has said.
सारी समस्या आज दुनिया में दिखती है, दुनिया में कलह दिखता है। पहले महायुद्ध के बाद लीग ऑफ नेशंस बनी, दूसरा महायुद्ध फिर भी हुआ, यूनो बनी, तीसरा महायुद्ध सीधा वैसे नहीं होगा, लेकिन नहीं चल रहा है आज, ऐसा हम नहीं कह सकते। दुनिया में अशांति है, कलह है, कट्टरपन बढ़ गया है। जीवन में किसी प्रकार की भद्रता, किसी प्रकार का संस्कार न हो, ऐसी इच्छा रखने वाले लोग वो इस कट्टरता का प्रचार करते हैं। हमारे मत के विरोधी जो बोलेगा उसको हम कैंसिल कर देंगे। ये जो नए शब्द आए ना, वोकिज्म वगैरह वगैरह, ये बहुत बड़ा संकट है, सब देशों पर है, अगली पीढ़ी पर है। सब देशों के अभिभावक लोग चिंतित है, बड़े लोग चिंतित है। क्यों? क्योंकि संबंध ही नहीं कुछ, हम सब अलग अलग है, जोड़ने वाला तत्व नहीं है।
All right, moving on, the United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has made a significant statement on the day that tariffs, Trump tantrum tariffs against India have kicked in. Scott Bessent says that he believes that the relationship between India and the United States will come together, and that the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi is very good. They have a good rapport, the two leaders, at the topmost level. And he added that India came in early after Liberation Day to begin negotiating on tariffs, yet we still don't have a deal. I had expected an agreement by May or June. I thought India could be one of the first countries to strike a deal, but instead they have dragged out the negotiations. So on top of that, there's the issue of Russian crude purchases, which they have been profiting from. It seems that Scott Bessent seems like backtracking after having center staged the issue of India buying Russian oil. Now he says that that's secondary. The primary reason is that India dragged its feet, which perhaps might not be true. And ultimately, Scott Bessent finds himself in a situation where he cannot speak the truth, which is that President Trump wants a Nobel, and he wants India to acknowledge that Trump got the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, which obviously he did not. And so Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, tying himself into knots. India is staring down the tariff bluff of America. For whatever period this goes on, it's just begun today, and you are already seeing the Treasury Secretary showing the signs of blinking. He's said all these things in an interview to Fox News in the United States. Moving on, but staying with the tariff story, in fact, we had earlier spoken to Baba Ramdev, who runs an FMCG company also under the Patanjali brand name, and he believes, Baba Ramdev believes, that we can bring the United States down to its knees if all Indians decide collectively to boycott American products. Listen it.
टैरिफ का जवाब देने के लिए तो भारत को एक सप्ताह में अमेरिका अपनी औकात में आ जाएगा, या भारत के सामने नतमस्तक साष्टांग दंडवत प्रणाम करने लग जाएगा, यदि भारत के लोग दृढ़तापूर्वक एप्पल से लेकर के, मैकडॉनल्ड से लेकर के, कोका पेप्सी से लेकर के, जितने भी एडिडास, प्यूमा, नाइकी, जो भी अमेरिकन ब्रांड्स हैं अलग अलग, उसकी पूरी एक लिस्ट जारी कर दें। मैं तो कहता हूँ सारे मीडिया चैनल वालों को ना, जितने भी अमेरिकी ब्रांड्स हैं, अमेरिकी कंपनी है, उनका सबका लिस्ट जारी कर दो आप लोग। और उसमें सारे देश को, कोई भी मैकडॉनल्ड के काउंटर पर खड़ा हुआ, KFC, सबवे, जितने भी अमेरिका के ब्रांड्स हैं, उनके काउंटर पर कोई आदमी नहीं दिखाना चाहिए। एप्पल के शोरूम पर कोई आदमी नहीं दिखाना चाहिए। सब लोगों को एक, जैसे कहते हैं ना, पूरे गौरव के साथ, जैसे हमने अंग्रेजों भारत छोड़ो था ना, ऐसे अमेरिकन कंपनियों का बाइकाट करना पड़ेगा। जब ऐसा बाइकाट शुरू हो जाएगा ना, तो खुद अमेरिका में ट्रंप पर इतना प्रेशर आ जाएगा। अभी भी वहाँ बहुसंख्यक लोग, शायद 50% से ज़्यादा लोग तो अब उसके विरोध में आकर के खड़े हो गए। तो इससे फिर उसकी हिम्मत नहीं होगी, उसको अपने कदम वापस लेने पड़ेंगे, जैसे चाइना के खिलाफ उसको वापस लेना पड़ा। तो भारत का आज इस ताकत में, भारत को कोई नकार नहीं सकता। 150 करोड़ का देश है, इतना बड़ा बाजार है उपभोक्ता की दृष्टि से भी देखें तो। और भारत को ये तो बात सही है कि साबुन, शैम्पू, टूथपेस्ट, क्रीम पाउडर से लेकर के हर चीज में, कुछ भी हम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं जिंदगी में, 100% स्वदेशी का आग्रह तो रखना ही चाहिए। देश का पैसा देश में रहे, देश की सेवा में लगे। इतना वैभवशाली देश, जिस भारत को विदेशी आक्रांताओं ने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से लेकर के, मुगलों से लेकर के $100 ट्रिलियन से ज्यादा की तो जहां लूट हुई, जो कुछ पूरे आज जितना पूरी दुनिया के पास दौलत, तो उतनी अकेले भारत के पास दौलत थी। इतना महान देश यदि नीचे उसका पतन हुआ, और जो हमें आज की अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जो बुरे दिन देखने पड़े, उसका कारण ये रहा कि हमने दृढ़ता से चीजों का मुकाबला नहीं किया।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, क्या बाजार हमारे पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं इस टैरिफ के लगने के बाद?
देखो, ऐसा है, एक स्वाभिमान चाहिए, कुंठाएं निकाल दो और ऐसा दृढ़ता के साथ कि नहीं, अब तो अमेरिका को धराशायी करके छोड़ना है। जिस दिन ये संकल्प जाग जाएगा ना, उस दिन अमेरिका अपनी हैसियत में, अपनी औकात में आ जाएगा। वो हमें हमारी औकात हैसियत दिखाने की कोशिश नहीं करेगा।
अच्छा, प्रधानमंत्री के स्वदेशी वाले संकल्प को यहाँ पर कितना जोर मिलेगा?
वो तो बहुत जरूरी है। देखो, स्वदेशी का आंदोलन भारत में स्वाधीनता के आंदोलन के साथ ही शुरुआत हुआ 1905 में। आज 120 वर्ष हो गए इस आंदोलन को। लेकिन बीच में लोगों को ऐसा लगता था, अरे इन विदेशों के सामने कौन खड़ा होगा। पतंजलि ने वो काम भी करके देखा है। पतंजलि स्वदेशी की प्रेरणा बना, स्वावलंबी आत्मनिर्भर भारत की प्रेरणा बना, और इसके बिना देश बढ़ता भी नहीं। आपको 100% दृढ़ता के साथ, प्रामाणिकता के साथ, रिसर्च हो, इनोवेशन हो, इन्वेंशन हो, जितने भी युग धर्म के आवश्यकताएं हैं, उन आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप आपको अपने आप को घड़ना पड़ेगा। भारत पूरे वर्ल्ड का एजुकेशन हब बन सकता है। पूरे विश्व को शिक्षा की सेवाएं, स्वास्थ्य की सेवाएं, पूरे विश्व को अलग अलग प्रकार के उत्पाद, पूरे दुनिया के फूड सिक्योरिटी, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में भारत पूरे दुनिया में डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स, इन सब की पूर्ति करने की हमारे पास साधन है। हमारे पास सस्ती लेबर भी है, हमारे पास में रिसोर्सेज भी है, नेचर का भी बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद भगवान ने भारत को दिया हुआ है। तो हर दृष्टि से भारत एक सक्षम राष्ट्र है और उसको अपनी भूमिका वैसे निभानी चाहिए।
भारत की रूस से अटूट दोस्ती, चीन के साथ बढ़ती नजदीकियां, ये कितनी कारगर साबित होंगी इस टैरिफ बम के?
भारत, चाइना, रसिया और मिडिल ईस्ट के भी कुछ देश भारत के दोस्त हैं। इसमें यूरोप के भी कुछ देश एक साथ मिल गए तो एक नया न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर तैयार हो जाएगा, एक नया परिप्रेक्ष्य और ऐसी ताकत खड़ी हो जाएगी। एक दिन में डॉलर आधा आ सकता है। आज जो 85-90 के पास घूम रहा है ना, सीधा धड़ाम से गिर करके 45-50 पे आएगा। ये हो सकता है क्योंकि अमेरिका ने वर्ल्ड बैंक, IMF, WTO, तमाम तरह की UNO, अलग अलग जो संस्थाएं, उन पर एक आधिपत्य जो जमाया हुआ है, उसको तोड़ने के लिए केवल और केवल भारत में एकजुटता चाहिए, एक साहस और चाहिए, वो होगा।
All right, Baba Ramdev, they are talking about de-dollarization and the new world order. Meanwhile, the Minister of State in the External Affairs Ministry, Kirti Vardhan Singh, spoke to Republic TV and said that the Indian economy is growing strong, resilient, and New Delhi will match and meet these coming challenges. Listen to him.
So the entire global financial dynamics are currently being reshaped amid the tariff, being imposed by US. How do you view this? How India plans to mitigate as far as this tariff is concerned?
We're all aware of what is happening, and as far as these tariffs go, they are totally unjustified or unfair. India will continue to safeguard the interests of our 140 billion population. We will continue to explore markets for our energy needs. We will continue to follow our policies as before. And our economy is growing, our economy is strong, and our economy is resilient. And we will definitely look at other areas, other regions, other countries and continents for mutual benefit and growth. Africa is one such area, one such region. It's a very important continent to us, has always been. This is the 20th year of our CIA conclave, and our bilateral trade has crossed the $100 billion mark with Africa, and it will continue to grow at a faster and faster pace. Every country now looks at reliance, at self-reliance, at being not subject to such temporary changes and disturbances. We will continue to engage with African countries to build even stronger relations, stronger business contacts, stronger business trade.
So how do you see the recent bolstering of ties between India and Russia as far as buying Russian oil is concerned? Of course, India looks at carrying the trade with Russia as of now?
As I mentioned earlier, we will continue to explore all markets for our energy needs.
All right, breaking news coming in. We cut out of that and it is coming from Gadchiroli district of Maharashtra, where after an exchange of fire for almost 8 hours, a total of 4 Maoists were eliminated. Bodies of 1 male and 3 female Maoists have been retrieved, and search operations are still on. These bodies have been recovered along with 4 weapons, 1 SLR rifle, 2 INSAS rifles and 1 303 rifle. Further search operation is continuing in the area for the remaining Maoists. And that cache of arms gives an idea of the kind of weapons the Maoists have access to. This is in Gadchiroli district, which abuts Chhattisgarh Abujmand area, south of Chhattisgarh. We have Satyaprakash joining us live. Satyaprakash, 8 hours of encounter. How many security forces were involved, and any of these Maoists who's a big catch?
देखिए, कल रात को ही पुलिस को सूचना मिली थी कि जंगल में, गढ़चिरौली के जंगल जो नारायणपुर सीमा पे है, वहाँ पर जो नक्सली हैं वहाँ छुपे हुए हैं। पुलिस को जैसे जानकारी मिली वैसे ही C60 की जो 19 टीम और CRPF की QRT की 2 टीमें मिलकर इस ऑपरेशन की शुरुआत किया था। और बारिश हो रहा था, गढ़चिरौली जो इलाका है वहाँ बारिश हो रहा था, जिसकी वजह से कहीं काफ़ी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा था। लेकिन जो पुलिस की टीम थी कहीं की काफ़ी सफलता मिली। 8 घंटे तक ये ऑपरेशन चला। इस ऑपरेशन में 4 नक्सली मारे गए हैं। अभी भी कई ऐसे जो नक्सली भाग गए हैं वहाँ से, इलाके से सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू है। लगातार कहेंगे जिस इलाके में ये सूचना मिली थी वहाँ पे 19 टीमें, C60 की 19 टीमें अलग अलग इलाकों से घुसी थी, और दूसरी जो QRT टीम थी CRPF की वो अलग इलाके से घुसी थी। कहीं न कहीं नक्सलियों को घेरा गया। इस एनकाउंटर में 4 नक्सली मारे गए हैं और कई ऐसे फरार हुए हैं, जो पुलिस का कहना है। पुलिस का कहना है कि लगातार सर्च ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है और कई ऐसे चीज़ें मिले हैं, हथियार बरामद हुए हैं और कई ऐसी चीज़ें बरामद किया गया है जिससे पुलिस छानबीन कर रही, जाँच कर रही। लेकिन फिलहाल जो नक्सली जंगल है वहाँ पर अभी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है।
राइट
जी।
Thank you so much, Satyaprakash, with those finer details of the encounter that's just concluded in Maharashtra Gadchiroli district. Moving on for now, in fact, we take a short break, but coming up on the other side, some exclusive details of a dramatic twist that's come in the Nikki Bhati murder case of Greater Noida. Also, Telangana hit by floods now after Himachal and Jammu and Kashmir. More details coming up.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
You may also have observed that Operation Sindoor has emerged as a great example demonstrating the success of our indigenous platforms, equipment, and the weapon systems. Its achievements have once again underlined that in the times to come,
When honor fails, who will stand for justice? Burnt alive for choosing freedom. Who stands with Nikki? Is real India ready to accept women who defy patriarchy? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. World watches as India shows trump card. When all else caved, India stood tall. India, the only nation to stand up to Trump's bullying. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
US is already experiencing the damage because of tariffs. Already inflation is rising in US. Already job losses are rising in US. Already there's a compromise as far as GDP growth is concerned in US. Already US is finding it tough to reduce the rates of interest, which is very, very pertinent for US. Already protests are happening in US.
When honor fails, who will stand for justice? Burnt alive for choosing freedom. Who stands with Nikki? Is real India ready to accept women who defy patriarchy? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. It's 7 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, and a story that we broke here on Republic TV on Sunday. That's the first time we heard about the Nikki murder case, in which you can see a 28-year-old woman called Nikki being set ablaze inside her residence. Now, in the last 3 days, there have been many twists and turns in that story. Today, we're getting you some of the other details that are emerging, including FIRs that have been filed, which question the narrative so far. We're putting the facts out on the show. Here are the headlines. Twist after twist, more family members coming forward, questioning the claim made. Does something not add up in the story? There's a counter dowry charge against Nikki's family now. Her sister-in-law now claims that she was harassed, tortured, attacked for not giving dowry. Questions over Nikki's sister Kanchan, the first one to come out and claim that it was Vipin, the husband, who set her ablaze. Police say that some of what she has said don't add up. They claim that they haven't been able to record her statement for some reason yet. And as India stands up to global bully Trump, his administration softening up in the last few hours. Trade Secretary of America now speaking in a different tone all of a sudden. And on the story this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we're just putting out all the different angles to the story of Nikki. A story of unimaginable tragedy, tangled in many allegations, counter-allegations, and questions that remain unanswered in the national capital region. Now, the death of 26-year-old Nikki Bhati raised questions on the truth behind her final moments. Now, in the latest, an FIR has been accessed by Republic TV. This is from June 2024, which now accuses Nikki's own brother of assaulting his estranged wife. A counter dowry charge against Nikki's own family. Here's how the story is playing out this evening.
A young woman's life cut short in the most horrifying way. Nikki Bhati engulfed in flames inside her home in Greater Noida. Her death has now triggered a storm of allegations and counter-allegations. According to Nikki's parents, she was brutally beaten and set ablaze by her husband, Vipin Bhati, and his family. They also allege that years of dowry harassment finally became the flashpoint in Nikki's death.
बहुत देखी भी होगी तुमने वीडियो पिटाई तो उसकी रोज की डेली की पिटाई थी उसकी बेटी की पूरी काया भी तोड़ के धर दी।
वहाँ पे जो परिवार के लोग हैं, आस पड़ोस के लोग हैं, उनका कहना है कि निक्की ने सुसाइड किया है। डाउरी का कोई मसला नहीं है, पिछले 10 सालों से साथ थी शादी के बाद, लेकिन डाउरी का कोई ऐसा मसला नहीं, दहेज का मसला नहीं।
सुसाइड करती तो कमरे में करती, निक्की भगती आग लगा के। निक्की आग लगा के तुम सुसाइड करोगे तो कमरा बंद करके करोगे, बाहर भागोगे तुम। मेहमान ने बड़ी पिटिया की थी, छोटे ने छोटी की थी एक दिन पहले। और जिस दिन आग लगाई है उन तीनों चारों का हाथ आग लगाने में, आग लगा के तो ऊपर के खिड़की कूद के भाग जाना।
Nikki's grieving parents demand justice, saying Vipin's house should be bulldozed as punishment for what they call a planned murder. But CCTV footage reveals another angle. At 5:41 p.m. on the fateful day, Vipin Bhati was seen standing outside his house. The footage raises more questions about the exact sequence of events, as Nikki's sister Kanchan claims that Nikki was assaulted at 5:45 p.m. Unapologetic and defiant, Vipin has no remorse for what he did, denying all allegations.
कुछ कहना चाहते हो आप? गलती पछतावा है? गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
आप पहले भी मारपीट करते थे उससे? मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई?
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं बताना।
And now, a new twist has emerged in Nikki's story. An FIR from June 2024 has surfaced, naming Nikki's brother Rohit Paila as accused of assaulting Nikki's sister-in-law, Meenakshi Bhati. Meenakshi's allegations against Nikki's family turns the case against Nikki's brother.
मेरे को दहेज के लिए 9 साल हो गई, मुझे घर से बेघर कर रखा है मेरे ससुराल वालों ने। मुझसे दहेज मांगते हैं, वहाँ पर ले जाते तो मेरे साथ मारपीट करते थे, मुझे मारा करते थे। मेरे भैया पे गोली तक चलाई थी उन्होंने। डिमांड करते रहते थे वो, कभी 5 लाख रुपए लाओ, कभी 10 लाख रुपए लाओ अपने पापा से, कभी 2 लाख रुपया लेकर आओ। पापा थे तो उनके मुंह भरते रह गए। अब बाप नहीं है तो मुझे हमेशा के लिए छोड़ दिया। जब मुझे लेके तो जाते थे वो 6-6 महीने के लिए, 2-2 साल के लिए छोड़ते थे, तो 6 महीने के लिए पापा के उससे लेके भी जाते थे जब उन्होंने कुछ मिल जावे। अब
At the very core of this brazen incident, one haunting question remains. How did Nikki Bhati really die? Was it a cold-blooded murder, an accident, or a tragedy buried under layers of conflicting claims?
Now, there is a lot of reactions, many reactions that came in across the country to this story, but there are many aspects just in the last 24 hours. Republic has now accessed this video, which raises questions on Nikki's family itself. They now face a dowry charge. There is a video that is added to the murder twist. Let's play out that video. This alleged video is from 2024, when Nikki's family allegedly attacked her sister-in-law, Meenakshi Bhati. You just heard her version. In that story, there is a video. I'd like to play that video of a counter dowry charge. Now, the allegation so far has been Nikki faced harassment for dowry and that she was set ablaze. Now, in the middle of this, has emerged another video. And in this video, there is a little bit of ambience as well. Now, the allegation, and this video has been circulated by the family of Meenakshi Bhati. Meenakshi is the sister-in-law, Nikki's brother's estranged wife, who's now joining us live. Nikki Bhati, namaste. आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? मीनाक्षी जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? मीनाक्षी जी,
हाँ जी आ रही है।
अच्छा, okay. And that's her brother also joining in. That's Rohit, I think. Rohit and Meenakshi are joining us. ये बताइए, आपने आज मीडिया से बातचीत की थी और मैंने सुना आपने क्या बताया। आप बोल रहे कि आप पर भी दबाव था, दहेज का दबाव था, प्रेशर था आप पे निकी के फैमिली के साथ।
हाँ, हाँ जी।
ये आपका शादी कब हुआ था रोहित के साथ?
2016 में 16 तारीख को।
ओके। और कितना दहेज मांगा था आपसे?
मुझसे दहेज मांगा था उन्होंने, दहेज की मांग गाड़ी में भी, गाड़ी की करी थी उन्होंने, स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी मांगी थी मुझसे।
अच्छा, और उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
हाँ जी, उसके बाद जब पापा जी ने से आज गाड़ी दे दी तो मेरे साथ मारपीट करने लगे कि स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी क्यों नहीं दी।
अच्छा, उनको क्या चाहिए था?
उनको दहेज के भूखे थे, वो दहेज चाहिए था उन्होंने, और भी ज्यादा। अच्छी खासी शादी करी थी मेरे पापा ने मेरी।
कितने कितने ये अभी 2016 में हुआ, और ये कितने दिन के लिए चल रहा था ये?
हाँ जी।
मारपीट कितने दिन के लिए चला?
ये तब, ये शादी से 1-1.5 महीने बाद से ही चल रही थी, दहेज के ऊपर।
और आपने ये जो एक वीडियो है, एक वीडियो अभी अभी हमने दिखाए हमारे दर्शकों को, आई थिंक रोहित भी है, आपका भाई रोहित भी है आपके साथ। ये जो वीडियो है, ये जो मारपीट हुई है, ये कब हुआ था?
हाँ
ये
जी।
कौन है ये वीडियो में जो लोग दिख रहे हैं रोहित?
ये भाई है मेरे।
हाँ जी। ये जो वीडियो है, वीडियो में कौन कौन है? ये वीडियो में कौन कौन है और क्या हुआ था? ये वीडियो में जो मारपीट दिख रही है यहाँ पे,
उसमें हमारे भाई हैं।
अच्छा,
भाई है और चाचा ताऊ हैं, जिनके साथ मारपीट की गई थी और गोली भी फायरिंग की थी।
गोली कौन चलाया था?
रोहित पायला ने गोली चलाई थी। रोहित पायला ने गोली चलाई
रोहित
थी।
पायला कौन है? रोहित पायला निक्की के भाई है।
ये निक्की के ब्रदर,
निक्की के फैमिली है, निक्की के भाई है, ये निक्की के ब्रदर।
जी जी बिल्कुल।
उन्होंने गोली चलाया था।
बिल्कुल।
और
उस पे केस भी दर्ज हुआ है, 307 लगी हुई है उस पे। वो करीबन 2 हफ्ते वो जेल में भी रह के आया था।
अच्छा, और एक एफआईआर भी फाइल हुआ था, आपने दर्ज की थी, कंप्लेंट दर्ज की थी आपने पुलिस के साथ। मीनाक्षी जी से बात करना चाहता हूँ, थोड़ा उनका दे दीजिए माइक दे दीजिए उनको। आपने एफआईआर दर्ज की थी मीनाक्षी जी?
हाँ जी, मैंने अपना केस कोर्ट में भी डाला था, एफआईआर भी की थी दहेज का।
और ये कितने साल चला? ये जो चला कितने साल तक चला ये, और आपने क्या किया उसके बारे में?
दहेज का केस तो मेरा 1 साल के करीब चला था, फिर वो समझौता करके मुझे 4 आदमियों में लेके चले गए।
और अभी जो हुआ है, जो भी हुआ है, मैंने सुना आपने क्या बताया था, क्या बोला था मीडिया के सामने? आपने ये बताया था कि उनके तरफ से भी बहुत सारा दबाव आया था आपके ऊपर। इस केस के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? आपको क्या पता है कि क्या हुआ उस घर में? आप क्या बताना चाहते हैं उसके बारे में? घर के अंदर क्या हुआ निक्की के साथ?
निक्की के साथ वो तो वीडियो में साफ दिखाई दे रहा है। निक्की के साथ जो हो रहा है, वहां पर जो दोषी विपिन को बताया जा रहा है वो तो दिख ही नहीं रहा।
आप बोल रहे थे वो थे ही नहीं वहां पे। आप नहीं, एक मिनट मीनाक्षी जी, आप बोल रहे थे कि विपिन था ही नहीं वहां पे। आपको कैसे पता कि वो नहीं है? वो वीडियो चलाएंगे हम अभी, वो वेयर शी इज बर्निंग। द मीनाक्षी बाटी इज द सिस्टर इन लॉ ऑफ निक्की। शी इज सेइंग दैट विपिन वाज नॉट इवन देयर। आप कैसे बता रहे हैं? आपको क्या पता है इसके बारे में?
मैंने वीडियो में देखा है कि वो नीचे खड़ा है, इसलिए बोला है कि वो था ही नहीं वहां पर।
ये रिकॉर्ड कौन कर रहा था? आपको जो इंफॉर्मेशन जानकारी मिली है, ये वीडियो को कौन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा था मीनाक्षी जी?
कौन सी रिकॉर्डिंग?
जो जिसमें निक्की जल रही है
वो तो सोशल मीडिया पे फैली हुई।
हाँ जी,
वो तो सोशल मीडिया पे फैली हुई है, मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे देखी है।
अच्छा, आपको कुछ बोलना है निकी के फैमिली को? आई मीन निकी के फैमिली ने भी इस चैनल पे आए थे और उन्होंने बताया कि बहुत दहेज का दबाव था उनके ऊपर।
लगता नहीं था कि उन पे से दहेज मांगा जा रहा था। उन्हें देख के तो लगता नहीं था कि विपिन उनसे दहेज मांगता होता और ये उसके परिवार वाले उस पे दहेज मांगते थे।
अब बहुत
उनका अपना बहुत कुछ है।
हाँ जी।
और वैसे भी उन्हें बिन मांगे,
हाँ जी बताइए।
उन्हें बिन मांगे सब कुछ मिल रहा था।
तो आप ये बोल रहे कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं? आपको लगता है कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं?
हाँ जी।
तो असली मामला क्या है यहाँ पे? क्या हुआ था वहां पे उसके घर के अंदर? उस घर के अंदर आपको पता है उस घर के मामले में क्या हुआ था उसके अंदर?
नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता कि उस घर में क्या हुआ, लेकिन मैं जो वीडियो चल रही है उनके अकॉर्डिंग बोल रही हूँ।
सब लोग पूछ रहे कि कंचन कहाँ है?
दे रहा है कि विपिन नीचे खड़ा है।
सब लोग पूछ रहे कंचन कहाँ है?
बहन के पास।
अच्छा, मैं आपसे आपके भाई से पूछता हूँ कि ये जो कंचन के बारे में जो बातचीत चल रही है, क्योंकि उन्होंने मीडिया में आके बताया था कि मोहित से पूछना चाहता हूँ। मोहित, ये बताया गया था, कंचन भी मीडिया को फेस करके बताया कि विपिन ने जलाया था, कि विपिन सेट निकी अब्लेज लाइटर के साथ। बेटा भी बोल रहा है। तो
नहीं देखो, वीडियो से जाहिर लग रहा है बिल्कुल कि निक्की उसने क्या नाम विपिन ने ऐसा किया ही नहीं है। और उसमें कंचन भी साफ बोले कि निक्की तूने ये क्या कर लिया, ये तो साफ ही दिख रहा है। और विपिन के कपड़ों को देख के पता लग जाता है, अगर थोड़ी बहुत ऐसी आग लगती तो विपिन के कपड़ों में भी लगती थोड़ी बहुत। जैसी हमने वीडियो देखी है, विपिन तो बिल्कुल नीचे ही खड़ा है।
तो आपका कहना क्या है? आपको क्या लगता है? आप परिवार हो, आपको उस फैमिली को आप जानते हो बहुत साल से, तो आप कहना क्या चाह रहे हैं आप?
हाँ जी, हम तो यही कहना चाह रहे हैं, उसने लड़की ने जहां तक भी अपने आप ही आग लगाई है उसने। आप वीडियो आप देखते हो उनकी सोशल मीडिया पे, आपको लगता है क्या वो परेशान होगी? कोई भी एक वीडियो उनकी ऐसी है जिसमें वो दुखी दिख रही हो? लेकिन
उनके परिवार बोल रहे हैं कि पापा और उनके फादर और मदर ये बोल रहे हैं ना कि दहेज का दबाव था विपिन के फैमिली से।
नहीं, दहेज का दबाव नहीं हो सकता। देखो, दहेज का दबाव तो हम पे था। हम 9 साल से परेशान चल रहे हैं। हमारी किसी ने अब तक आवाज नहीं सुनी।
अच्छा, और ये आपने ये दहेज के मामले में आपने पुलिस को कंप्लेन किया था। आपने वो जो अटैक हुआ था उसके बारे में आप कंप्लेन किए थे, लेकिन ये जो दहेज का मामला है, दहेज का मामले पे क्या आपने एफआईआर फाइल किया था? क्या कंप्लेन फाइल की थी आपने?
हाँ, अभी 3-4 साल पहले हमने कंप्लेंट करी थी, तो वो कोर्ट में केस डाला था। ये पंचायत को लेके आ गए, हाथ जोड़ के लेके चले गए। जो ये दहेज का केस होता है 7 साल तक डल सकता है। तो उन्होंने दिमाग लगाया कि 7 साल ये हाथ जोड़ के लेके गए कि हम इस केस से कटवा के, फिर उन्होंने वही अपना रूल स्टार्ट कर दिया।
अच्छा, और आपने केस किसके खिलाफ दर्ज की थी? Who was the accused in the case?
देखो, केस तो पूरी उसके रोहित के मम्मी पापा और रोहित के ऊपर ही था, क्योंकि वही बहन भी थी, ये भी टॉर्चर करती थी, साथ में पूरी फैमिली थी।
कौन टॉर्चर कर रहा था? बहन? कौन सी बहन? 2 बहनें थे ना?
ये दोनों ही कंचन निक्की दोनों ही परेशान करती थी।
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Mohit and Meenakshi ji, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, this is a completely bizarre, the kind of allegations that are now coming in. You have dowry allegations. Now, the family of Nikki, on the day of the murder, claimed that their daughter was killed and harassed for more dowry. Now, their own daughter-in-law speaking to Republic TV, says she too was harassed, and there is an FIR to that effect, that not just harassed but also attacked for dowry by Nikki's parents. Now, overall, if you're looking at the story, the problem seems to be that of dowry. How much of dowry were they demanding? Now, there are much more details yet to emerge in the story, and we will keep reporting on that. Many more details that just don't add up at this point. We're just trying to put the pieces together. Thanks for watching.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
You may also have observed that Operation Sindoor has emerged as a great example demonstrating the success of our indigenous platforms, equipment, and the weapon systems. Its achievements have once again underlined that in the times to come, self-reliance is an absolute necessity. We have indeed made significant progress on the path of self-reliance, but there is still a long way ahead that we must travel. If we talk about self-reliance, especially in the field of the defense manufacturing, then I would like to say that India has embarked on a historic journey. We are once counted among the world's largest importers, but today, on the path of the self-reliant India, we are making a place among the reliable exporters of the world. Today, our indigenous platforms, light combat aircraft Tejas, advanced towed artillery gun systems, Akash missile systems, and indigenous aircraft carrier are giving a message to the world that India's technology and the quality are now standing at world-class standards. This confidence and strength are due to our scientists, our industry, and our leadership. Today, we are making all the equipment in our country that we used to import. You will also be very happy to know that now we have taken another step forward in the direction of making fifth-generation fighter aircraft. Now we are moving fast in the direction of making jet engines in India itself. Friends, under the visionary leader of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the government has made many policy reforms in recent years. Such strong steps have been taken to promote indigenous design, development, and manufacturing. Self-reliance in the defense sector,
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
10 years of Creta, legend forever.
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
US is already experiencing the damage because of tariffs. Already inflation is rising in US. Already job losses are rising in US. Already there's a compromise as far as GDP growth is concerned in US. Already US is finding it tough to reduce the rates of interest, which is very, very pertinent for US. Already protests are happening in US against these tariffs. So already US is feeling the heat. They have realized that these tariffs are not maintainable and sustainable. Because what's happening is, whom have they imposed the tariffs on? They have imposed the tariffs on their own importer. So what it means is, anything which the American citizens were consuming, which was being imported from India, that would be costlier. So inflation for their own citizens has increased, and inflation is something which US has been fighting tooth and nail for the past 3 to 4 years since the onset of Russia-Ukraine war. Job losses is something which US can't afford, because US, though they may be the biggest economy, though they may be the most powerful economy, but that economy is clearly facing a slowdown. US is an economy which is facing slowdown. Now, US, I think if you see the track record, the tariffs they have announced and actually implemented, there's a huge difference. So according to my opinion, ultimately, there's expected to what I expect is there's going to be a U-turn. Perhaps these tariffs may be kept in abeyance. They may be suspended as what US has been doing, because these tariffs are negatively impacting US economy. Indian economy, yes, for short term, we also have been negatively impacted. But in the medium term, Indian economy, which is the fastest growing economy amongst major economies, is not going to be impacted. US is not going to survive these tariffs. There's going to be a U-turn. That's what my expectation is. It's clearly an opportunity for us to diversify our exports. As far as tackling this is concerned, India has already started preparing. In fact, earlier also, 1 month, 45 days also, earlier also, we have started preparing for it in anticipation. India is having tie-ups with many countries. We just had a tie-up with UK. We had just had a tie-up with 4 European nations. Plus, our business with China, Russia and Japan is going to increase. Russia, India, China, this cooperation is definitely going to be now much, much stronger. Plus, China shares a huge border with us, so logistics-wise, doing business with China suits us. Of course, there have been border issues and some other issues where we are not happy with China, but still, logistics-wise, it suits us doing business with China. So, number one, we have already diversified our exports. Number two, the Russia, India, China tie-up is going to, informal tie-up, I would say, definitely going to boost India's trade. Thirdly, what we have done is, since our domestic demand is very strong, we are in the process of reducing our GST slabs from 4 to 2. What would happen is, since India is a price-sensitive economy,
television's trending stories are breaking the internet, and tonight we are in fact keeping our focus on the legal trouble that is mounting for ChatGPT for allegedly encouraging a young boy to take his own life. And next, the world is gushing over the engagement of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and how big the diamond ring is. We'll show you that. And then we'll tell you about how Trump's 25% tariff on India has kicked in today. And this is not the only thing that has sent shockwaves across the country, but his awkward flirt with Attorney General Pam Bondi too. And we'll get you more updates on that as well. And then we'll tell you about how former Australian captain Michael Clarke has in fact gone through another surgery for the skin cancer, and this time on his nose, and he has put a post on social media. And then to Denmark, where the US diplomat has been summoned after reports of Americans carrying out covert operations has come to the fore. And lastly, we will show you visuals from around the country on how the country celebrated Ganesh Chaturthi with beats of dhols and the chants of Ganpati Bappa Moria. This is trending. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started. This edition with the breaking news that is coming as far as the Trump tariff is concerned. Remember, hours after 25% additional tariff was imposed by Donald Trump on India. Now, the Indian government sources have said that there should not be any panic. Impact is not as exaggerated or projected as Indian exports are quite diversified. It is a temporary phase in a long-term relationship is what the government sources have said on the US tariff. There's no need to panic. Impact are not as projected. So a very clear line taken by India. India is calm. Government sources have made it quite clear that there's absolutely no need to panic over USA's new tariff strike. The impact, they say, is neither severe nor as exaggerated as someone would like to project. Now, India is quite confident that this is just a temporary phase in what is otherwise a long-term strategic relationship between India and the United States. And the message is straight that trade tensions may spike, but the fundamentals of India's economy and the resilience, it remains strong. And this is not a crisis. This is not the end of the road. It's a strong message that has been given by India. Let me quote what the sources have said. They have said that there should not be any panic. Impact is not as exaggerated or projected as India's exports are quite diversified. It's a temporary phase in a long-term relationship, and there is no need to panic. And this is not the first time. In fact, Indian government has said this time and again. Indian government has maintained that, in fact, the interest of the farmers and the businessmen, the small businessmen, the fishermen are paramount. And now Indian government saying that there's absolutely no need to panic. And in fact, impact will be not as projected. And after the constant back and forth, in fact, what we're learning, a staggering 50% US tariff took effect at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, doubling an existing 25% duty as US President Donald Trump sought to punish India for buying Russian oil. And Donald Trump has raised pressure on India over the energy purchase as part of US campaign to end the conflict in Ukraine. He has imposed a punitive 25% tariff due to India's purchase of Indian oil. As the punitive measures kicked in today, Donald Trump took to social media and posted a picture of himself with an oil barrel that you can see on the screen. The image reads, "America first and America is back." Watch this. Even as India stands firm amidst Donald Trump's strong arming tactics, the US President Trump's tariff imposition has sent shockwaves through the Indian market, significantly impacting various sectors. Here's a breakdown on your screens that you can see. The seafood sector goes from 8% to 58%. The organic chemical sector goes from 4% to 54%. And meanwhile, the furniture sector was grossly affected as the rate of the tariff has now applied was 2.9%, and post-tariff it will be 52% is what we are learning. The textile department will be equally affected as the percentage increased from 9% to now 59%. US President Donald Trump recycled his old tale of brokering ceasefire with the tariff threat. He went on to say that his phone call with Prime Minister Modi acted as a magic stick and that the tariffs could go, quote unquote, sky high as well.
And I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now, this has been going on for a hell of a long time, like sometimes with different names for hundreds of years. But I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. You're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? Yep. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn, your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen.
Starting 9:30 a.m. in the morning today, across various sectors, including textile, carpets, furniture, bedding, jewelry, mechanical appliances, steel, aluminium, leather, footwear, etc. All these sectors, in fact, would be affected. India, on the other hand, asserted that its resilience to stand firm against US pressure. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Modi earlier had vowed that he would never compromise the interests of country's farmers and that the national interest will always remain paramount. Listen in.
मेरे देश के लघु उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, पशुपालक हो, हर किसी के लिए मैं आपको बार बार वादा करता हूं, मोदी के लिए आपके हित सर्वोपरि है.
And now shifting our focus in a chilling turn of events, the parents of a 16-year-old Adam Rain has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against OpenAI and CEO Sam Altman, claiming ChatGPT played a direct role in their son's suicide. Now, according to the lawsuit, the chatbot acted as the confidant for months, gave detailed instruction on suicide, drafted the notes, and even praised a news photo that he had shared. The parents claimed that AI discouraged him from seeking any family support, sparking serious concern over the chatbot safeguards. OpenAI, meanwhile, has expressed sorrow. A spokesperson from OpenAI has said, and I quote, "The company is deeply saddened by Mr. Rain's passing. Our thoughts are with the family." They also said that the company is working to strengthen the system to better detect and respond to the signs of mental illness. Soon after the controversy, people were quick to comment on social media. One user went on to say that this is way creepier than people using AI as romantic partners, while another went down to say that I constantly have to remind my elderly parents that AI is not real and that half the videos that they watch on social media are just AI. And now the Swifties cannot keep calm as Grammy-winning pop star Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announced their engagement yesterday. In their playful caption, the duo wrote, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." The series of photos showed Travis down on one knee in the lush garden filled with pink and white roses, followed by a moment of couple embracing. Even as fans around the world rushed to pour in their congratulatory messages, what stood out was US President Donald Trump's wishing them good luck on social media. Take a look.
To tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot.
I have to tell you, the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of love.
Thank you.
I think it's. I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of love.
Prince William and Kate Middleton, Meghan Markle as well, but few of the people who liked this post on social media, singers like Sabrina Carpenter and all those close friends of the couple, they liked the post, they reshared it on social media to express their happiness for the soon-to-marry couple. The only thing that social media is now talking about is the engagement ring. The ring that you can see on the screen is an 8-carat vintage inspired by 18th century candlelight. The ring has been designed by Kendrick Lubeck, and the rock is all the rock that the netizens can talk about. Hot off the plate and straight to your television screens, these are the top trending stories of the day. Have a look. The first stage of SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket returns to the Space Force base after successfully launching the payload of satellite. SpaceX celebrates after Starship's 10th test flight, which was scrubbed 2 days in a row, ends with a flip and splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju took to Instagram today after he saw heavy snowfall for the first time after attending the vibrant Suru Summer Festival at the Suru Valley in Kargil in Ladakh. The festival will showcase Ladakh's natural beauty, vibrant culture and the spirit of adventure. And nature finds various ways of surprising humans, and this time it came in form of a sea creature, a rare one-of-a-kind shark flaunting a bright orange color. Fishermen spotted the amazing creature near the national park in Costa Rica. They captured a few pictures of the shark before letting it go. Now look at this video of a Pakistani man clashing with an Indian origin passenger on a train in London that has gone viral on social media. The clip that you can see on the screen shows the Indian man calmly confronting the Pakistani passenger, who is dressed in white shirt and black pants. "You are Pakistani and I am Indian. Is that a problem?" he questions. The man confirms his nationality, prompting the Indian passenger to ask, "Why is that a problem?" The Pakistani man then responds, "Because we are enemies." The clip has gotten mixed reaction on social media. Have a look. Former Australian World Cup winning captain Michael Clarke has been diagnosed with skin cancer and is currently undergoing treatment. The news came as the shock to his fans, who soon after the announcement began sending messages of support and well wishes to him from across the world. Union Home Minister Amit Shah today felicitated the Indian Army, CRPF and JNK police personnel who were involved in the Operation Mahadev for eliminating 3 terrorists responsible for that gruesome Pahalgam terror attack. In a shocking announcement, 38-year-old veteran Indian cricketer R. Ashwin has announced retirement from IPL, coming in as a prodigy amid the inception of the Indian Premier League to leaving as a legend. Ashwin's journey in IPL is nothing short of a glory. Montero Lamar Hill, famously known as Lil Nas, took to social media and lamented how in the last 4 days it has been terrible for him, but reassured his fans saying, "Your girl is doing fine now." Remember viewers, Lil Nas come to the controversy lately after he was spotted in an underwear on the street and even allegedly assaulted a police officer. Actor Govinda and his wife Sunita Ahuja celebrated Ganesh Chaturthi with devotion at their Mumbai home today, joining millions across India in welcoming Lord Ganesha. And this comes amid the talks of rumours brewing about the couple's divorce.
दोनों अलग नहीं कर सकता है, चाहे ऊपर से कोई भी आ जाए, भगवान आ जाए, कोई शैतान नहीं आ जाए, कोई नहीं अलग कर सकता है। वो वो बोलते हैं पिक्चर था ना, मेरा पति सिर्फ मेरा है, मेरा गोविंदा सिर्फ मेरा ही है और किसी का नहीं है। जब तक हम मुंह ना खोले, प्लीज कोई भी चीज पे आप लोग ना बोलिए।
And now shifting our focus, Denmark summons a top US diplomat after the national broadcaster reported that at least 3 people with connection with US President Donald Trump have been carrying out covert influence operation in Greenland. Joining me live is senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. So time and again, US President Donald Trump has shown his interest as far as Greenland is concerned, and now Denmark coming to the fore, saying that there's some sort of covert operation that US is carrying out in Greenland. Give us more details about this.
All right, so this is a big development, Akanksha, because we have the government of Denmark issuing a démarche and summoning the US ambassador and asking what's happening. Essentially, some media reports suggested that the United States and specifically 3 individuals identified as close to President Trump carrying out an influence operation to make Greenlanders take a view that maybe if the United States takes over that territory, it's in their favor. Denmark has denied that Greenland is not up for sale, to which President Trump has taken a position that if need be, he can use military force. US already maintains a big military base in the Greenland. And so in that context, I think this is clearly a case of battle lines getting hardened between 2 NATO allies. Denmark is part of NATO, as also, of course, the United States, and the Denmark government now really upping the ante by issuing a démarche to the US ambassador and asking for an explanation as to why those individuals not identified to in the media reports, but of course identified to the US ambassador there. Why are they indulging in these activities which amount to subversion and an attempt to take Greenland away, which is a semi-autonomous territory of Denmark, away from that island nation?
Well, absolutely remains to be seen how US reacts to this. Thank you so much, senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, for all the updates. Now shifting our focus, US Capitol under President Donald Trump has become an epicenter of controversies. It's now a place where long cabinet meetings often take bizarre turn, and this time it is Donald Trump who's making the headlines yet again with the rather crude comment that he has made. He went on to joke about how calling Attorney General Pam Bondi beautiful would end his political career. Listen in first up to what he said.
Looks no matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, here in politics, looks no matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie.
And right off the bat was Secretary Marco Rubio's reaction, which has now gone viral on social media. Looking visibly embarrassed and covering his eyes, this is how he reacted. Watch this. And soon after the saga, the internet couldn't help but comment on the matter, with one user who went on to say that he's not sure whether he's watching a press conference or episodes of How to Catch a Predator. While another went on to remark, and I quote, "I have no political experience, but I can be a better president than Donald Trump." And this comes just weeks after Donald Trump made personal comments about Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And in fact, he also made sort of similar comment about her as well. And netizens did not take kindly to that comment as well, but it looks like the US president seldom learns from his own mistakes. This is all wicked packed for you in this bulletin of trending. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories for you in this trending. Till then, keep watching Republic TV. Good night.
When honor fails, who will stand for justice? Burnt alive for choosing freedom. who stands with Nikki? Is real India ready to accept women who defy patriarchy? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. World watches as India shows Trump card. When all else caved, India stood tall. India, the only nation to stand up to Trump's bullying. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप। Play it your way.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
US is already experiencing the damage because of tariffs. Already inflation is rising in US. Already job losses are rising in US. Already there's a compromise as far as GDP growth is concerned in US. Already US is finding it tough to reduce the rates of interest, which is very, very pertinent for US. Already protests are happening in US against these tariffs. So already US is feeling the heat. They have realized that these tariffs are not maintainable and sustainable. Because what's happening is, whom have they imposed the tariffs on? They have imposed the tariffs on their own importer. So what it means is, anything which the American citizens were consuming, which was being imported from India, that would be costlier. So inflation for their own citizens has increased. And inflation is something which US has been fighting tooth and nail for the past 3 to 4 years since the onset of Russia-Ukraine war. Job losses is something which US can't afford, because US, though they may be the biggest economy, though they may be the most powerful economy, but that economy is clearly facing a slowdown. US is an economy which is facing slowdown. Now, US, I think if you see the track record, the tariffs they have announced and actually implemented, there's a huge difference. So according to my opinion, ultimately there's expected to what I expect is there's going to be a U-turn.
I believe that the component of the self-reliance in the defense sector is one of the most important components. If we talk about self-reliance, especially in the field of the defense manufacturing, then I would like to say that India has embarked on a historic journey. We are once counted among the world's largest importers, but today, on the path of the self-reliant India, we are making a place among the reliable exporters of the world. Today, our indigenous platforms, light combat aircraft Tejas, advanced towed artillery gun systems, Akash missile systems, and indigenous aircraft carrier are giving a message to the world that India's technology and quality are now standing at world-class standards. This confidence and strength are due to our scientists, our industry, and our leadership. Today we are making all the equipment in our country that we used to import.
World watches as India shows trump card.